this process.
The process
Be all casual like.
has begun.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I could do the Patreon intro, but I don't even know if I need to. We're just casual here. We're shooting from the hip.
Bang.
Because we're setting up red markets. Yay.
Woo.
Woo.
Implying that
We're all
we've been
ready to
talking
be
about red
poor and
markets for the last,
suffering.
like, 30 minutes. Anyway, Dallas is out. If you are listening to this, internet, Dallas is busy and has to skip another day. So we're coming up with an in-between game, and we're going to make some red markets. All right, so let me actually find the start of this to run down for everybody what we're doing. So, yeah, basically, there's a lot of terminology and stuff on the front of the PDF. If you're curious about, how the exact terminology. But they talk about how things got kind of, sketch in the pre-crash. A lot similar to stuff we've, dealing with getting in the more extreme in real life. And then there's a lot of technological involvement. This is a new near future setting. But basically, I'm actually trying to find, is the crash. Blight. Have a actual, like, where we are, because I think it's 5 years, but I want to make sure. Yeah, I think it's 5 years. We'll just call it 5 years. Basically, the crash is the event that did the bad stuff. Because this is a game of economic horror, so everything seems to like economic turns, basically. The Blight is the name of our zombie infection. It happened on the West Coast originally. So everything kind of started to spread from there. And then, it rapidly grew out because there's basically two types of, infection. Vectors are what's called hot bites. You are infected and become a, 28 days later rage zombie. A lot of people died instantly by being torn apart by zombies and became casualties, which is the other kind, the slow shamblers, but some of them remain, so the vectors bleed heavily because of anticoagulants in their blood from the blight exposure, and they basically, experience damages to their higher brain function. They don't have to worry about, pain or anything else like that. So they're super fast, super strong, and are trying to murder you. After they run out of life, they become casualties, which is basically the blight is a multiple cellular parasite that ties into your dead body central nervous system. That becomes a casualty or a C. They will still, consume stuff and try to get the effect there. But there's, some stuff that doesn't matter. There are, the game explicitly points out sometimes not every bite is actually infectious. A lot of people probably got killed during the crash from, the usual one bite, one bullet kind of mentality. Again, talking about the Romero effect.
Mm-hmm.
But some people have natural immunity, and some people are latents. We'll be hearing about that later. Basically, when you are latent, the blight goes cold early and then does not like have access to your central nervous system, so you are not, actively freaking out, but you are still super infectious because the blight is still inside you. And then there are aberrants, which is just that like there's weird stuff. There's a few different types of aberrant, but they got a few out there.
That's when we get into like the Resident Evil type shit.
And a lot of other zombie movies. I think one of the suggested aberrant types is like, psychic children zombies, like Children of the Corn shit. You can get like, the meat moss kind of effect from Dead Space as like just filaments of blight matter.
Leviathans, yeah.
And yes, also you can get, big boys, other weird shit.
I was expecting like a Krauser kind of thing, but that feels a bit too intricate.
That would probably be something else where like you actually have control, because that's not really how this works.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say nobody's tried to weaponize the blight, but nobody has succeeded. So there's a lot of, stuff talking about what happened and whatever, but there's a lot of talk in the book about how, the blight does not exactly constrain itself to our normal understanding of physics. It is, in fiction, supposed to be a black box, because that's much easier to write than to actually explain how this works. There are comparisons to stuff like cordyceps and anthrax and whatever. A lot of people like the alien explanation,
Where it's just like the Grey Goo, where it's a bioweapon shit. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's separate. Yeah, there's bioweapons and singularity events, but also just like it could be a different situation. Random mutations, natural experiences. Some people are just like, oh, the blight is just, this is the end times. The blight is the work of Satan.
Well, we can't disprove it.
Yeah, here is the map actually that was referenced. So here's the post-blight world map. The red is areas that are considered in loss, and the green is considered recessions. And then the blue areas are contested. So you notice there's a lot of ground zeros. That's where all that border with Canada was nuked.
And Australia seemed relatively okay.
Yeah, because it was
There's
isolated.
definitely a lot of ground zeros in India and Pakistan. I wonder why.
Oh.
Super congested.
Oh, no, that's loss. Blue is contested.
No. I said, wow.
Yeah. There are a lot of ground zeros there, yes.
Ground zeros, that's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah. No, Axe is the one who says super contested. I'm like, no, there's no contest.
I mean, congested as in population.
All right. So as you can see, islands and other natural barriers are really good. The blight does not transmit through water, and I think water actually like breaks up the blight mass. So, there's strips of Africa that are blocked out.
Was it the
certain
Nile?
areas. Yeah. Forms a natural barrier that prevents the loss, but is still contested because there's some stuff going on there. Also, natural barriers like mountains help. I'm sure why Italy is marked out there, because, it was actually
Alps.
the Italian Alps and the mountainous regions of the Baltics. The blight also doesn't like the cold. Casualties can actually like freeze over in winter because they don't generate body heat. But yeah, so, there's your sketch up there.
Neat.
So this is the environment, you guys find yourselves in. You've survived 5 years after the post-apocalypse. Most vectors should have basically died off and become, casualties. But everybody in a loss is declared legally dead. So you are not alive. You cannot, collect your government benefits or whatever, at least if they find you attempting to cross the border. hypothetically, should you just magically appear inside the recession and just be like, hello, here's my government-issued ID. I'm definitely alive. Thank you. The census goes, cool, okay, thanks, thumbs up. Where have you been for the last 5 years? I don't know. I was asleep.
A hole.
I'll just be like,
I was
coma.
lost in Alabama. Don't ask questions.
I'll be like, coma.
Medical coma, sir. Right this way. We have a dot for that in our forms. It's surprisingly common.
God, if
But
it's the guy saying it,
in,
he's just
in
smiling.
the
at you.
U.S., the government entity you need to be on the watchword for is the Department of Homeland Quarantine and Stewardship, the DHQS. They are the government boogeymen. They are the only government agency with a mandate to operate in the loss. They set the bounty economy, where basically all of your government ID shit has RFID tags in it. Think of it like the little chips in your credit cards. So basically, if you can turn in official documentation, if you are alive and you turn in your documentation, that helps the U.S. government actually sort out, like, whether you owe taxes or they owe you taxes, where you're supposed to live, what your fucking assets are, et cetera, and sort all that out. If you're dead, whether you're dead or not, you know, they can actually, like, use that to be like, okay, this has a net value, of like so much money and economic stimulus, but also that means we can seize all the dead person's assets if they don't have any heirs. If they do have heirs, we can levy estate tax, et cetera, et cetera. It helps them straighten out a lot of shit. So they have set an actual bounty value based on the averaged out net worth, net property value of an American citizen. This means that for once, trickle-down economics has worked, so one bounty is actually worth quite a lot. Because there's a lot of dead rich people. There's also a lot of alive rich people, unfortunately, but there's also plenty of dead rich people. Shockingly, having a shitload of money does not magically insulate you from demonic space zombies from beyond explanation.
Demon space zombies.
Eating the rich is actually very
Demon
successful.
fungal space zombies.
Yes,
Well, I
the
guess-
cordyceps thing is brought up. Even though, the cordyceps thing in Last of Us doesn't actually work either. But
this is the reason. This is the reason why we were like,
Who
we don't
knows?
fucking know.
yes,
People
this is
wouldn't
the
pick it.
point is you don't actually care how the fungus virus works. It just does. It does the
Only-
zombie thing you want.
People only care when you just make giant super mutants out of it.
Well, nobody makes giant super. Well, no, I should not.
I mean,
say
the giant ones in Last of
I should not say that. There are occultists who think that the Blight is, actually the like the second coming of Jesus Christ or something.
Oh, like fucking
gonna usher us
unitologists
into
in the Church of the
heaven,
Husk.
so-
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of different believer groups and stuff.
That sounds crazy. This is clearly Ragnarok.
I don't see no fucking Valkyries. Fuck you.
Where's the other realms? Where's Surtur?
What do you think a taker is? Don't ask where Surtur is. There's a lot of really good drugs in the near future. Some people
Okay.
may have seen walking towers of flame in the crash. You don't want to hear from those people.
Probably don't. But
But yeah, so I mentioned it earlier. You guys will all play takers. Takers are the, gig economy freelancers of the post-apocalyptic zombie future.
it
This is way too
sucks.
upbeat.
Yeah, basically it's literal post-apocalypse. If you're in the loss, shit's fucked. You have no government. Your infrastructure, if it exists, is entirely on your own sweat, blood, and tears. So when you need to do something, you need people to do it. And going out into the loss means braving zombies, DHQS hit squads. Y'all know the helicopter event from Project Zomboid.
Oh fuck.
You'd be like that sometimes. Yes, they will fly out in black helicopters, and they may just decide to shoot you for fun because you're dead anyway. And also, casualties are attracted to noise, so watch out for that. And also, God knows what else. There are plenty of people who, like I said, fell for the Romero effect and probably tried to bury landmines in their front yard or have, swathed everything they own in barbed wire or whatever. And also, of course, there are just the usual genuine post-apocalyptic fucking crazy people. So, yeah,
Yeah.
look out for that one.
We might be able to. We might actually go kill some actual goddamn Nazis. Where?
Yes. There's some, there's some weird, skinhead survivalist gangs. There are people who believe that, the being infected by the blight is good and proper. They're not dead. They're super alive. It's eternal life, everybody. No, sure.
Sure.
So clack their teeth at night. By the way, canonical casualties do not make any sounds, like they don't speak or talk or breathe. They can still clack their teeth. It's very unsettling.
Ugh,
Something for your nightmares.
thanks.
But this is what you need takers for. You need takers to do stuff, so you guys will be playing takers. Nobody really wants to be a taker forever, so the game has a built-in system of retirement. Basically, you have a number of milestones, and, we'll actually calculate all that stuff out when we get to the end of character generation here. But you have so many milestones to go. When you hit all of them, you are allowed to retire. You basically cash out and go home. I believe it's like 20 bounty per milestone.
I
But
believe so.
I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head because I know this game went through some playtesting. But yeah, so the loss is written off. All that stuff's out there. You guys are going to be takers. We'll do the design for that in a second. But I think it's appropriate to start with Enclave generation because you need to know where you are living. So basically, we're going to do here what the game calls out-of-character consensus. Because there's a couple of different ways you can, build stuff collectively if you're doing jobs or scores or whatever.
Righto.
So the system encouraged for Enclave generation is out-of-character consensus because we were not even in character yet. But basically, logistics come first, so we got to figure out all this stuff. So we start, we're figuring out where the takers live for you guys to finish developing your character concepts and sort all that stuff out. This, by the way, starts on page 406 if you are wanting to follow along. We basically, I ask the questions to you guys. I take the notes in the sheet I have provided. And if there's contradictory ideas, we basically take a vote, which is why it's good that there's, 3 of us. And shake this out. But also, obviously, it says I should, suggest my own ideas or things based on what you give me. So we'll work from there. Name is listed first, but thank you, Caleb Stokes. You understand people who do tabletop RPGs the best. He says that you will not probably do that one until last. It's just at the top of the sheet, so
I'm raising my hand
mention
for
it
a
first. So we begin with location. Geographically, where is your enclave? Where do you want to be working out of? Keep in mind, this is a location where people have come together and made a settlement. That's what enclaves are, is just collections of people living in the post-apocalypse. So figure out, where it is you want to be living and working, and remember that people will have had to have either had a reason to establish this after the crash or ride out the crash in this location. So you can be anywhere west of the Mississippi. You could be in the Pacific Northwest. You could be in Death Valley. I don't recommend that one. You could patrol the Mojave Desert.
Well, let's see here.
Be in the
I
Great
know the
Plains.
Pacific Northwest the best, and Aren, you know California the best, probably.
Yeah,
Alex, how do you
I
feel?
would.
I know parts of Colorado.
Yeah. I feel like it's usually best to pick some place that we might have some familiarity with.
Could we do like the I guess northwestern corner of the U.S.? Like I guess like
Like
mountainous but
Washington?
somewhat
That is the
mountainous but
Pacific
sunny.
Northwest.
Yeah.
Northwest.
I was thinking more like not the coast, but yeah.
I mean, that's still the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, that's still the Pacific Northwest.
Okay.
Dude, like I tell him, Washington, we have wastelands. We have like small deserts. We have rainforests, mountains, fucking.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Like no, we.
It says to try and limit yourself to basically the immediate geography around the enclave. But
Right.
yeah, so what is your immediate area?
Let's see. Let's
And
pull up a
basically they
map.
got me a lot of prompt questions I can ask, but things you should be thinking about is like, what kind of landscape are you looking for? Hills and rocks, flat plains? Is it urban?
So let's see. Just kind of
I
looking
like
at
urban,
a.
personally.
I think like urban,
Map
but
of
like
Washington.
mountainous but urban.
So probably then on the western side of the Cascadian Range, then, like closer to the Seattle on the coast, then.
Yeah, no, like if you want mountainous but fucking but urban, that's the Seattle area. That's like the Seattle
Okay.
area.
I guess we have the needle set piece.
West.
Yeah, because east of the Cascade Range, things get a lot more sparse and stuff, from what I can tell just looking at a map.
Yeah, no, like the Cascades and the Olympics, they throw up some mountains.
So
Yeah.
mountainous, forested.
Yeah. And the ocean's not. Like I said, the ocean is probably within range.
You can
Could
probably
be
see the ocean.
somewhere
Yeah,
kind of by the
look.
Olympic, Mount Olympia,
Yeah.
and then be kind of close to the actual Olympia city, down at the southern end of the Sound.
Yeah, that might work.
Kind of gives us a place like where we're far enough away from the cities that whatever happened there didn't catch us or something. I don't know.
That makes sense.
Also means we're like in the deepest point of being like no one gives a fuck where we are.
No,
You're
we're
lost in the sauce.
Well, from the United States perspective, yeah, but like I said, well, not like I said. But,
There's plenty of stuff up in the area.
yeah.
Means we also might deal with
Thing
some
is, forested
Canadians.
mountains again. Are you thinking like, is there some level of urbanity here? Are you guys? Is your enclave working out of a pre-existing like suburb, city, whatever?
Wonder if we like, I guess, retrofitted a gated community into like an actual.
I wouldn't use a gated community personally.
Nah, okay.
Like
I was
honestly,
just kind
I would
of
use something like if I was to build an enclave out of something, I build it out of like a school. Personally, schools usually have a lot of because a gated community is nice, but those are just mostly individually houses. If you want to build something that lasts, you want something that has a lot of space and has utilities that it can draw upon, like kitchens and workshops. You can
Gotcha.
finally most of those at high schools, believe it or not. And with the world being the way it is, a lot of schools are now becoming enclosed and gated for security reasons.
Makes sense. There's a lot of that political tension. Okay, so
Maybe we would like you
like a
did
local high school.
Yeah.
or like would it be like a local high school or like a one of those high end ones depending?
I don't know.
How might have more budget into it, so might have like stronger
I mean,
walls.
like a private high school would probably be like nicer, better equipped, give you more reason to move there.
But also, I probably wouldn't have as much space. Like, I don't know, like how many people we have at this enclave.
Well, that's a question to ask. What's your population density like? What was it like before the crash? Higher density means more survivors to feed and more casualties to eat them, but lower density means that more scarcity when scavenging.
Would we
because they
be
have
the
less
only
bounty to
like?
collect.
Personally,
Would we be the only collection team?
no,
No.
not. No,
Literally not. You have competition to worry about.
no. I'd say we go with high, just because this is the Pacific Northwest and we do have a pretty high density.
Okay.
Also, like I said, like I'm willing to play a game on a little bit more hard mode.
Honestly,
So-
it makes sense
Then
if we had to fight
can
over getting
discuss,
ownership of it, but we the one that
boom
fight
and bust
kind of.
rules then at some point as well.
The what?
Boom and bust rules. The game has a couple of knobs you can tweak. I would generally tend towards more of the boom rules because those are easier and useful. Here's a easy cheat sheet. Explains the rules. Like allowing default checks, basic research, and not doing a rule called no budget, no buy. The way no budget, no buy works is basically after you've calculated how much money your character should make for the job, you have to budget how you're going to spend it. Anything you do not budget goes to your bank. And if you want to get that money out to spend it on something you did not pre-budget on, you have to roll a humanity check. You have to roll a stress check, basically, to get it out.
Yeah, I remember reading that rule.
Simulates the actual economic stakes of like saving and failing to budget, etc. But it's more of a pain in the ass to keep track for.
It's a bit too painful for me.
I will say at least some of them are like some boom rules are not actually like that helpful. Like one of them is you reshuffle initiative every round, and I'm like, okay, that's cute. That means some people can last first. That's also very complicated. That means we have to recalculate initiative every round. I don't know.
I like being able to look back at it and remember where we were.
But some of the other rules are like, you can spend your role points to like not die and shit like that. I've got a scorecard listed, so we'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
Defaulting is probably something you guys will care about. But yeah, so forested mountains, the Enclave immediate area is kind of a local high school related to suburbs with a lot of pop density. Because I assume, this is going to be some like I said, some suburb, some subdivision area related to larger cities. Talking about like Olympia and stuff. So in the Great American System, some people, they don't like to live in the city because it's expensive, so they live in smaller cities outside of that city.
Yeah.
But then they'll still say they live in that city just because they want to sound cool.
Yeah.
They still go
So,
there.
Working some stuff out. There are obviously, a couple of other things like, is there soil around,
I would say
grow
yes.
food? Do you have your own agriculture?
Well, yeah, we have a high school. We have an athletic field. We don't use that for running. We use that for crops.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we like ripped up all that turf and like used that for other things.
It would probably be turf. It'd be probably real grass, I would
Yeah,
think.
no,
But
we're not gonna pay for.
Oh, it's a private school, so it would be real grass. Yeah.
No, it's not a private school. We
Okay.
Yeah, even with a private school, it wouldn't be grass. It wouldn't be AstroTurf. They're just gonna
No,
have
that's
someone-
expensive.
Yeah,
but you have plenty of rain up there.
we do.
And yes, it is, the classic Pacific climate. So,
It's gonna be a lot of grays, yo. Get excited for that.
not too cold, not too hot. Rains a lot.
Shit. Yeah.
So that also probably solves the question of how your enclave gets fresh water. But
Rain
is it
collectors.
purely rain collection?
How does rain affect the
Ah!
infected?
Well, here's a question I have to have. Like with things like power and stuff, are people able to maintain like infrastructure in certain areas? Like would we be able to manage like a desalination plant or like a fucking
I
stuff like that?
believe like industrial scale desalination, that would have to be your whole enclave. Would have to be like the old desalination
That would be,
plant.
I guess, our profit.
Or our export, I guess, fresh water.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
we're not gonna get that out of a high school.
No.
Nah, probably crops.
Like
But-
there is the game talks about, like I said, it's a new future setting. So like there's access to certain carbon nanomaterials. Prosthetics have just had a revolution, so prosthetic limbs and stuff are available.
We probably have a 3D printing room.
Yes, 3D printing is common, so that might be like a hip new thing that you might have access to.
I'm
So
trying to think of like other water collection methods.
parts for like windmills, solar, etc. are like common.
So we could probably
but-
power our school with like combination of solar powers and
Yeah.
batteries.
If you got access to solar, you can do that. If you got some wind, you can do that.
I don't know. Can we just set up fucking windmills on top of a school? I don't fucking know. I never really I never considered that.
Depends on like just where it's located, if it's windy or not.
But so is are you primarily sourcing fresh water from, like I said, rain collection, or is there do you get mountain spring water?
We also, like, I guess, retrofit some of
we
like
do
the
have-
the gym to like
hang on,
be a power thing.
Axe, we're thinking about water right now. We do have quite a bit of rivers up here. Some bigger than others, but I don't know. Like, does any like run past? Hang on, let me pull up a map here real quick.
Yeah, I'm looking at a map right now too. So
Well, water likes to go towards the ocean, so
it does.
I'll
I
need
can,
to
I
look
can,
down
I
a
can
couple
say
of
we
them.
probably have a river nearby. It's probably not like on our fucking doorstep, but if we get a couple guys in a truck and we load up
river
on
or
barrels.
creek. Yeah.
We probably have like a truck
you
where you
could-
can use.
absolutely use some space, because I'm sure that there would be like onboard, because a high school is plumbed, so there would be onboard facilities for like at least where to route that water. You probably have access to water storage and can turn that into basic water purification.
Oh yeah, that's because some schools are actually treated as emergency shelters too in crisis.
That works out.
Well, that may have actually driven some people. I mean,
And that is possible from looking at Olympia, which is probably the closest major city. Like if you go kind of the southwest, there is a hilly area. So like if the school was up in that area, it might be there as a shelter for tsunamis.
Yeah.
or in case Mount Rainier decides to wake up. Hi, Mount Rainier.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, yeah,
Pretty
we
close
have,
to-
like I said, we worry about flooding. Like
Actually, that means that you're. I mean, it's not an active volcano.
Why don't we
but
get some obsidian out of that?
That should mean that your soil quality is very good in
Yes.
this area.
Yeah, no. But, I think they actually shut it down here, but Olympia used to have the hugest fucking mushroom farm, and people could smell it for miles.
I wonder if that might be a deterrent, honestly. To, like, keep the smell out
like
of things.
they've
Yeah.
shut it down now, but Like no, agriculture here in the Pacific Northwest is usually pretty good. We don't we don't outproduce the cornfields, and we usually are more specialized in crop. But there's a reason why they call Washington the Apple State.
So school was designated as an emergency shelter, so it's hardened infrastructure. Water comes from rain collection and I guess just river drainage is what I'll call it.
That's good.
I think that kind of hits all the question areas of
like
the
it.
default. So, you know,
Go over it again, just because.
limited area.
Let's see.
Okay, so to recap,
It's-
you're in forested mountains. You're in a local high school. It's related to suburbs, so you got a lot of population density, but you have access to high quality arable land. It's got a classic Pacific Northwest climate. So, like we said, very gray, overcast, very rainy. Probably means that your solar is limited, but you can make do with other stuff. Hell, if you have access to rivers, you could, run some water wheels and some dynamos, baby.
Oh, that's true.
Some real classic shit.
We could probably use it to like charge batteries and shit.
The school was a designated emergency shelter, so it has a hardened infrastructure. So you have extra, capacity and probably have better than normal plumbing, etc. Maybe have some backup generators.
Earthquake compliant, and all that stuff.
Yeah, hardened against earthquakes and floods and shit. Which, when the crash happened, would give people a natural reason to locate in this area. So let's move on to our next sector, which is the paragraph on what your defenses are like. So, basically, if you can't keep casualties out, especially back when they were vectors who can sprint and climb, you would not be an enclave. So, what kind of defenses do you have? Is there natural defenses?
I was thinking about from at least the schools I was at, there was always a thing of there was decent security in the hallways. At least there was for most every major hallway. There was always also shutters that not block off hallways.
Well,
okay, so interior defenses are good, but you still need some kind of exterior
there's also
point.
depending of a gate, yeah. Besides
like
that,
I said, even the most schools, they're mostly just chain link fences. If it was a private school, they might. If it was a private,
it's like metal panels.
If it was a private school, they might have like an iron wrought fence, big sturdy one. But public, best we're gonna get is chain link.
I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm just seeing it's just iron bar fence or chain link, which again would not actually stop vectors.
Is this in the beginning of the crash or just as we've gone on?
Well, that's kind of we will get to history, of course, obviously, but that is kind of one of the question. Were there defenses erected during the crash? Did it have pre-existing defenses? They talk about is it repurposed from some other building structures?
I would imagine
prisons.
One thing I can think of is that maybe just the position of it made that even climbing vectors couldn't come from all directions. Even if if there was a steep cliff over on one side,
I don't know, I'm not building a school near steep cliffs. Kids.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Kids will fall on us.
Kids are dumb.
Or even just making it have some sort of.
Well, it might not be. It might not be a steep cliff that it can go down, but if there's I'm trying to think of the feature. Maybe there's just how it is, there's maybe a couple stone walls on each side, maybe where they they dug out to build. Maybe they dug out an area of the school to build the school on, so it's all on flat ground, and instead of sloping the walls in the back, they just put a fucking stone retaining wall. So there's several stories.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Oh, okay,
makes sense.
Okay, so it's
not an actual a natural cliff, something that it was purposely made that way.
Yeah, no, oh god.
Well, yeah. So if you're worrying about earthquake safety and flooding and stuff, retaining walls and waterproof walls would be very important.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, so
they probably probably a couple sides of the school probably has these retaining walls that are several a few stories up. So even if something did fall off of it, it would probably break all of its damn bones.
Yeah, I'm seeing some examples of some brick retaining walls. So
makes sense.
And so those are that, and the rest would be chain link fence, which would been a hot contested zone until we can reinforce them with other stuff, wood.
So then how would that have worked? Because this is part of your physical structure what you're dealing with. So how would the enclave have reinforce those chain link areas?
Oh, hecking.
Like, did the survivors just, rip the laminated panels off every desk in the school and turn those into a wall? Did you like take all the cars and the school buses out of the parking lot and pile them up?
Probably not the school buses. Those are probably useful. But cars, yeah, we probably like smash some cars into.
Probably grab like all the tables out of the cafeteria and like reinforce the fences with just what was available inside.
I'd probably eventually, like over time,
So kind of like
put more layers in.
kind of like a scrap palisade. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the best we can do. Like,
Probably eventually,
I don't think anyone
welded
had,
metal
like,
in there.
Well, like I said, this is like if I'm imagining this right. This is like since this was our most dangerous area, we were probably more concerned with getting it up quickly and getting it up quickly than building it,
Yeah.
prettily.
Yeah, probably over the years we probably upgraded to something more stable.
I don't know about that.
The outer wall probably still looks pretty haphazardous, but probably the inside is more reinforced now.
So then in that case, that takes us to our next question. So you've got some very sturdy retaining walls that are resilient to environments and that even, a vector can't free climb sheer leap up. And God, casualties can't, because I don't think anybody can, World War Z just make a zombo ramp. I don't think that works for the way that these guys normally. So you don't need to worry about those walls, but you do have some, like you said, former chain link fences and stuff. Are those watched?
Yes.
Patrolled?
Yes.
Probably some rooftop people.
We have to have maintained patrols because, like I said, we do have those two sides that are just cliffs.
And especially if we also have like the field area, like we need someone out patrolling those edges.
We need a farming team.
Also, like I said, we just need to maintain security and hens. People who are doing nothing are idle hands are devil's playthings.
Yep.
So, yeah, no. So we definitely have some fencemen.
But I mean that also,
Actually,
I guess,
no,
just
yeah, no, we
So
probably
active patrols and fencemen on those areas to just keep up. Guys with spears, guys with silenced rifles, bow and arrow, whatever. Just watching, patrolling. So then, does your enclave have? You have external security, obviously. Does your enclave have internal security? We'll talk more about your social structure and like other interior stuff. But is there, campus police, or is there a local volunteer militia neighborhood watch?
I don't know.
Mm.
What do you guys feel?
I'm not fully sure because I'm just thinking of like the non-person based securities that I just know from personal experience.
What? What do you mean by a non-person based security?
I'm just thinking of how like all the schools I've been to have always had like shutter systems for all their hallways.
That's okay, Axe. Does your schools you're thinking about have a security guard?
Yes, I didn't have any.
Those are the types of people we're thinking about, not the fucking security, the shutter system. Like, that's what we're asking here. Do we have security guards in our enclave?
Yeah, you require fencemen, but is there a formal enclave
I'm trying to think
police,
of the pros and
etc.?
cons of that.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sure.
who knows how it is now, but probably originally it was like someone that like was voted into that position.
Maybe they weren't even voted. Someone just started yelling at people to do things.
Yeah, we haven't
Yeah,
worked out how your
true.
social structure works and shit. So
But
there may be reasonable groups who are armed.
like, what would this like the security do? Like internal? Do they like the police the people? I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably like actually make sure everybody stays in their elected zones, breaks up fights, that kind of stuff. You do obviously you're
determines
talking
if
about
anyone gets in.
you are talking about having arable farmland. That probably means that somebody needs to be there to make sure that the food you're farming goes to the community and is not being pocketed, because it is a universal human standard to skim off the top.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Mhm.
like I would say yes, but having the more structures you have in your system, the more likely corruption is liable to happen. But yeah, either it's like the way I see it. Either is we have our own eternal security, or everyone falls by the rules of everyone follows the rule of an armed society is a polite society. So
This is also probably true, but
yeah,
I mean, if we're unsure, we can take it to a vote.
I'm gonna say I will vote for internal security. Lucky
Okay.
is slightly authoritarian. People are
Aren?
dumb without guidance.
I'll vote for that too.
I'm fine with that too. I
Alright,
just
cool.
All
I
right.
feel like probably how that's managed is probably a bit smart. It's probably a bit shaky. But that's a
Well, we'll
thing
figure
we'll
that
figure out
out
another
later
time. Yeah.
with our social structures and stuff.
Yeah.
So it does ask me to, ask how do people join up with Campus PD? Is it volunteer? Do you have to know a guy who knows a guy? Do they only accept actual literal, ex cops and stuff?
No, hell no. Actually, I would
I
say
think you have to volunteer and then you have to
It's
take
probably.
no.
like a
Oh.
go.
I was gonna say it's probably just by kind of meritocracy. Like if you're skilled enough to, then you can join.
I was gonna say it's rotation based.
Yeah, I mean that's.
I was thinking a
probably
mix of
too.
either where it's like you volunteer and then you're put on the list after you show that you have the merit for it and then you're on a rotating list.
That's way too complex.
Okay.
Well, basically,
Rotating list makes sense though.
yeah, you guys say that you have fencemen, so somebody always needs to be minding your fence. This is usually basically the equivalent of like scut work is in red markets. That's why that is one of the top spots you can have is you can be an ex fenceman where basically like before you found a group to go do taking jobs with, how you made your daily bread was just you stood on the wall or behind the wall and casualties come through, you poke them. Somebody tries to climb the top, you get them. So yeah, then it sounds like from your fenceman, you rotate between the two shifts so that nobody stays on one job too long.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want to hate your job. You don't want to
Well, yeah, no.
too much.
You don't want to get people.
Oh,
in
I
places
mean,
they
obviously,
need
this
to
means that Campus PD are resentful of fencemen, and fencemen are resentful of Campus PD. But anyway,
We can never humanity can never escape pettiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
that means then, okay, how do people get in and out of your enclave? Is there I mean, obviously, you would have a school gate. Does the school gate still work? Is that like where you leave?
Yes.
If it is, what the fuck do you do about the casualties?
Well, I'm pretty sure we've constructed maybe a couple watchtowers there, and we have to everyone. There has to be a small cleanup operation before. There has to be
So
a small cleanup operation before anyone can go in and out.
Defenseman survey.
Yeah. I'm guessing that I was saying to assume that the school gate used to be mechanical, but that's broken down, so it has to be like manually pulled open and shut every time.
Yeah.
Might have set up like one of the buses to do it, maybe. I
Yeah,
don't know.
something to pull it. But yeah, so
Makes
school
sense.
gates, that place is constantly manned because, that's where the entrance is, so it's usually our biggest weak point.
Yeah.
I could imagine that there might be a secondary, less publicly known exit, like via rope down one of the reinforcement walls.
Yeah, you
But
probably
that-
need a way to get because again, you guys are takers. There's only going to be 3 of you. Are you guys going to make the enclave do the whole gate song and dance to let you out
No.
every time?
No.
There's
No.
probably we probably just have to hop the fence. Let people know we're leaving.
So that fence area might also have like a kind of a pulley system where we can deliver stuff and get stuff without actually going into the enclave when we just need to kind of,
Yeah, it probably gets called a taker fence or something.
The taker hole.
the taker gate.
Yeah, taker gate.
Right. Why is sidewall one? Okay, Google got over it. I was like, why is silent one word? All right. And obviously, in a crisis, the interior blocks like both hallway shutters and also just like window shutters and shit can help you control reinforcement. But that's all honestly probably more used for interior layout purposes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Probably
so
makes it
that
easier
means
to
we
separate
talk
hallways.
about your history. How people got here. What happened to make this work in the years. So it says to start with who was here first. Who was the first group in this place to see this as a place they could hole up?
I mean, honestly, it was probably two teachers and students.
It was probably teachers and students, and then people that came in for emergency shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who figured that, oh, it's an emergency, go there rather than like try and go well all the way like across
Towards your
the
house.
country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I figure after that, probably just waves of people who decided later that trying like they weren't going to be able to get all the way to wherever the other evacuation points were.
Yeah, no. So I'd probably say the like in my opinion, the initial wave was students, teachers, and their families, which means they probably had a pretty decent one. But after that, once everyone started settling in, people started trickling in because the place probably still had power and movement and people were doing
Yeah,
things.
from all the like families up in the hills that were outside of the city and stuff like that.
Makes sense.
So we might have a. Well, actually, no. If it's a high school, we probably have a lot of young adults.
It's been 5 years, so they're all like
Yep.
college age-ish. Yeah.
Probably have a lot of young adults. And yeah, probably a fair amount of kids too, just in general.
It probably means
So,
us getting
in
books and
that
like
case, the
comics and shit is
question
probably worth it.
how did that group secure this place? Schools are. Listen, we can make comments about whether or not guns are in schools, but classically, schools are a place where guns are frowned upon. So, how did these groups of these students and teachers and their families actually hold this place against vectors and casualties?
Clearly, they did a Home Alone scheme and booby trapped the entire place.
Until they all broke, and
Well,
then they had to
if you
get
got a
guns.
chemistry lab, you got some spicy stuff.
Well, let's see.
I mean,
honestly,
I will say that like, oh sorry.
No, go, Aaron. Go, Aaron. I got words.
I was gonna say like, if it is the families as well, like there could be I mean, because hunting's fairly popular in Washington, right?
Hunting and fishing is a big thing.
So there might be like the guns aren't normally at the school, but when the families of the students come there, they might have brought the guns if they knew what type of emergency it was.
But no, I'm thinking like in those initial things. Once people start hands, no, it's like this is when the kids started, the teenagers, started sharpening their fucking brooms into spears and this they had to use a little bit of ingenuity to get through. It's
Yeah, I was just thinking more of a combination.
especially if we had if this high school had like a JROTC thing.
Oh yeah.
No, it's like we don't have like rifle schools and stuff, but they do start teaching kids young stuff and like
They usually have like model rifles and stuff.
yeah.
Well, and if you were, you're up in the mountains, there might be some people doing some survival credits and wilderness experience.
But so it's
Plus,
not,
God knows, you got a school library. Maybe somebody read My Side of the Mountain.
like
Very useful book.
I
You
don't
should
think
read
it
it.
was necessarily like a big thing. They just used improvised women's and actual common sense. Like don't go running screaming into the horde. Stay quiet. Stab for the head. Fucking don't try to set them on fire. That just means you have something on fire running at you.
You're putting a lot of faith in these random high schoolers from Washington. But if
Oh,
that's the story we're writing, that's the story we're writing.
Well,
Oh, I think it's
I
just
mean,
like
it's
I don't
also,
think most of them.
like I said, there was
I think
also,
some of them didn't make it through.
like I said, there was also adults there and stuff. But you know, these kids have to learn someday. Why not today?
Also, I think I don't feel like we were clean about any casualties on our end from like that process over the years.
And I'm not
yeah,
saying
probably
I'm not saying the fucking process was bloodless either. I'm pretty sure a lot of teenagers died, and adults.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a happy time in those first couple years.
I mean, I imagine it was probably maybe up to 50% casualties on
Yeah.
our side.
Well, this kind of explains why you've got space to take in additional refugees. So we are implying that there's kind of a, there is a little bit of a trickle down. Not everybody has been holed up in this enclave since the crash.
No.
So there are some later survivors who kind of trickled in. That sounds like we are not talking about these additional populations recruited to meet the needs of the enclave.
No.
But we're just the other people in this suburban area who are looking for a place to come. And, learned that the high school was still open.
Probably a lot of families that thought that they could just hold it out up in their cabin up away from the city, but then eventually started running out of food and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
God, just makes me
so.
think just 6 months of alcohol.
What past conflicts, whether it's outside groups or interior threats, kind of came to define how the Enclave is today? Like, what was there a lot of tension between, the young adults and then all these stodgy old teachers?
Oh, definitely. This is the reason why we had to have internal security. Because teenagers, whether they're resourceful and courageous or not, are still fucking rebellious as teenagers who don't want to listen to no man.
There's also probably some actually senior age people that probably feel like they deserve to be treated nicely by everyone.
Oh, definitely. I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
are they? Because if you're if you're actually senior, how did you not get it?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty.
Did we hoist grandma up the retaining wall?
No, probably not.
No.
No, we probably don't have there's probably a few seniors from teaching staff that was able to make it in the original early, but we probably.
But they're like the healthy, active seniors that the shop teacher or something like that.
Makes sense.
Shop teacher totally took out a fucking vector by pulling back the guard on a skill saw and just going.
Yeah. Kids, let me tell you how to make your nail gun unsafe. Apply this piece of duct tape here.
It's inaccurate as fuck, but it'll help you.
Oh, it's pretty accurate, believe it or not. I've done that.
I guess fair. I thought it was inaccurate to I guess it's accurate up to
if you're trying, you can't snipe anybody with it, but from short range, nah, you can get
like 10, 20 feet. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Trust me, I know exactly the thing to do to actually do that. To pull that.
Maintain, let's say, traditional discipline. Any external hullabaloos?
Yes.
Any
probably at least one major one.
One major.
Obviously, we talk about competition and shit, like what other enclaves are like around here. But anything immediately come to mind of do you have any run-in with probably not with DHQS directly because that's how you eat a drone strike. But
probably with I don't know, just a gang or something like someone trying to take advantage of the school and thinking that it'd be easy pickings.
Bandits.
That would be kind of a Romero effect.
Pretty much bandits, yeah.
Also,
yeah, I was thinking about
maybe the remnants of the the state government trying to lay a claim on this place. This is government property, so clearly we should be in charge here. And the teams were all like, no.
Maybe one incident with bandits and then an incident with some National Guard that didn't get back behind the.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
I had a dumb thing in my mind of being there's a gang that live out in the local college a few miles away.
Well, we can work on that in competition if anybody's in there. I don't think you could be a gang and run a college though. That's another enclave.
Or more, I guess, crash at the college. But
no, you gotta think zombie terms, Axe.
Yeah.
Fair.
High density population is either a murder hole or an enclave.
Gotcha.
You cannot run like a bandito operation out of a college dorm because you would need a positive net resource generation to live through dealing with all the drunk zombies who are there to eat you.
Right, that kind of thing only exists in the video games where you need an opposition force. Yeah.
Well, even then, video games are a net resource drain. Think about how many ganados Leon S. Kennedy had to suplex.
Few hundred.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It was also a rhetorical question. I didn't need a literal answer.
Sorry.
Anyway. Yeah, so tension with raiders, bandits, and outside groups. All right, well, now it's time for some extra listicle stuff. Top exports. So, no man is an island, neither is an enclave. I love this statement. Total self-reliance is a myth. Your other enclaves that survive need to trade with each other, so you got to determine what your enclave can afford to sell, and this makes, gives us excuses for, like, jobs and stuff.
We
So,
sell books. Well,
probably not. No, you need
No.
those.
Yeah, we need those. That's our knowledge.
That's
we
not
need
a
those. We need those to keep entertained. Yeah.
What-
Probably
What
produce.
surpluses do you have?
Yeah, no, like with a big athletic field and people maintaining it, and good weather, we can probably pump out crops almost every season besides winter.
Yeah, I mean, it also maybe depending on how much water we're producing, we might, maybe exporting fresh water also.
True.
Would the school possibly have a greenhouse?
We could build one. I don't know if school will have one naturally, but greenhouses are. Listen, if we can do a raid to a local Home Depot or Lowe's, we can get the shit.
Yeah,
But
so
I'm just trying to think.
Let's see. Anything else, I guess, would just depend on what facilities are at the school.
it usually seems like, and I got some more bullet points, but let me finish reading this
See, like-
statement. But it
like-
seems like the goal is to have 3 or 4 in both exports and imports zones. So we'll
curious
do
to
a big
how
think in a second.
let's
weird
go
this
with,
sounds.
Let's go with food and water for sure. We can probably set up giant rain collectors on the roofs and stuff. You just spread tarps. You spread tarps out, incline them slightly, just funnel that in. The more open space you can do that on, the more water you can collect during the rainy season, and plus.
And we got the kitchen infrastructure to clean it.
Yeah, boiling it. But
So athletic field and greenhouses mean that the enclave can grow excess crops in every season, but winter and still be self-sustaining through hard times. And then
but a couple more. Shoot, I don't know. Entertainment, maybe. Like, if we have a large library, yes, we would have books, and I don't know, maybe like with a bunch of notebooks, we can transcribe stuff and send that out so people have something to read in this fucking shittle. But
We did get paper and
you can
ink,
also
but we have
just,
copiers.
think more high tech. You can scan this stuff.
oh yeah, we can. Oh yeah, because we have.
You have access to Ubiquin networks, and you have digital copies of things.
Oh,
Yeah, we just need some
if we
ink.
scan books, we can sell digital.
Sell
we can
PDFs.
Sell PDFs, yeah. And that's
We sell flash drives.
That also goes for training manuals and survival guides and whatever else is in.
I was wondering if we ever teach a class, but I think that might be too high scale for not considering the environment.
Nah,
That sounds like a individual thing. Is that might be what somebody does? Is be a reference, be like an external source to give you Ubik tips. But that's probably not part of your economy.
Sell information. We have a library full of high school books, which is probably pretty robust. And sometimes
Books within the last 10 years.
People do want to be. And listen, they don't talk about this in survival situations. You need entertainment. You literally need entertainment.
You get goddamn bored.
Yeah, no. If you don't have something to mentally relax on, or to take away your focus from being on all the time, it will fucking make you crash.
It means if we find movies or books and stuff we can download to flash drives, it's probably also profit for us personally.
Well, it still would be considered a luxury good because it is not essential to survival. I mean, you can survive without it, but you can find other things. Listen, you can scratch that itch by throwing a ball at a wall.
We do have a bunch of stuff to do that. We just need maybe air pumps.
But like I said, breeding is like one of the ye old ways of refreshing the mind.
Also, probably had a computer lab because near future. So
future.
Probably like multiple different ones, like one for like next to shop for like design. For
I think you should have one computer lab.
Okay.
It's called computer lab.
It'd be one lab. There might be like other computers in other
Oh yeah, no,
areas,
like,
but you know,
even obviously I was in college and stuff, but every classroom had like a classroom computer to like hook up to the projector and other shit like that. So
I know. I maybe
we
like maybe the
probably-
school I
we
went to had a
probably,
weird.
like, honestly, the school is probably taking those all and put them in like one area.
yeah. I mean, I remember in elementary school we had a computer lab, literally, like where all the
In the high-
computers.
in the high
because we
school I
haven't
was
discussed
in-
like neighborhoods and internal structure that much yet, but you are now living in this place. People need a place to sleep. I suspect you've probably converted like a cafeteria or the gym building or something into like the mass bunked housing, but people with dependents and people with economic power will probably have individual residences, which
Probably
are
some.
probably
It's probably a
classrooms
second
and
floor
shit.
classrooms or something.
Yeah.
Axe, why
I think at the high school I went to, which it had like a computer lab next to the shop room because that was for CAD design.
I mean, that would just be like there'd be one computer in the shop area for that, not a entire lab.
Yeah, I was probably in a weird fancy one.
I mean, it could also just be where the lab was situated. Like, who knows? But yeah, let's see. So,
Open my window.
imports.
What else can we probably need like one more. So we have food, water, entertainment and information. What would be a good last one?
Industry and take it with that.
It wouldn't be weapons. It wouldn't be
Produce or salvage from the geography.
For examples, the example one is what is called Troutfit, because it used to be Trout Outfitters, but the sign blew up. So their experts are weapons, survival equipment, vehicles, water, and they've got a fifth for fish.
How do they export vehicles?
They had a giant. So Trout Outfitters was basically like it was a giant shopping complex. Like, you ever seen a Bass Pro Shop pyramid looking?
Yeah.
It's like that. They had a giant show floor with ATVs, boats, bikes, etc.
Ah, okay, I see. I get it now.
Yeah. That is something you guys probably don't have unless you want to say that you had the bus garage, but
Probably not.
the bus
no.
garage is not usually on your turf.
No.
Oh, we probably just had a bus
Yeah.
lot.
Well, I mean, we might, like I said, I'm pretty sure we have a few buses on campus because, just from timing and, AVAC operations and stuff, but we want to keep those. That's high. That's high haul. That's a lot of hauling power there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there's some cars left. No, we probably use those cars to make the scrap wall and stuff. Even if we couldn't start them, we just fucking crack them open, put them in neutral, and just push them.
Yeah, and then you would
Yeah.
you would probably just siphon all the gas and stockpile it somewhere to run generators and shit.
Yeah, so we do
You
not.
need
Have
a lot of
Probably,
gas.
by the way, fuel is probably one of your imports because you don't have a way to make it on your own.
No.
Yeah.
We can come back to that one in a sec. So there's other ways though. Let me actually go back to the questions for exports. What goods can be produced or salvaged from the local geography? You've kind of already talked about that, but books is like a salvaging thing. But if there's anything else, do your freewheeling youths go over the fence to go chop trees? What kind of stuff?
Maybe loot
there?
metal.
And it says what forms of industry can be undertaken without any defenses. Also, you say metal. What from? What's the source of metal?
I guess it might require. Sorry,
Axe said something without thinking.
I was just thinking about
What skills or expertise can your population sell for what they need? Is our last bullet point. I mean, that could go back to the thing we mentioned earlier. Maybe some of you do have teachers. Maybe that is something you do sell, is you go on Ubic and sell seminars and shit.
I have no better idea, so I'm willing to go with that.
Yeah, like we have the resources for it, so might as well make it to people that can't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would kind of make sense where we would like advertise it for a certain period. We're holding
classes.
people come in, hoping
No.
people. Yeah.
AR, baby. Remember, you've all got internet.
Oh yeah. Forgot about
We
that.
need video calls for like basic survival or stuff. Basic survival.
Yeah, you just
We have a video
just
call
as a
number
Zoom
on the
call
side of the
lecture, or and if you can't afford the full lecture, maybe you just buy the lecture notes or whatever. Right,
Oh no,
education.
that's part of our entertainment. We have AR. We hold theater. People can just tune in and watch a show. I don't know what like fucking how like if I remember correctly, the internet's the internet, but it's not like the full internet.
Yeah, Ubic
It's like
is the
old
name
style
of
internet?
the network system. So like you have access to certain features and apps and stuff, but that does allow for like video calls. There are Ubic specs. You can have AR glasses basically as part of your
Yeah, but I'm
inventory
like-
and so
like-
on. So
but it's like not we don't have
you can-
like I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember here.
I
Is it-
mean, basically, if it already exists,
Oh, I lost the mega.
internet, you don't got that shit anymore because those servers will be buried somewhere, not on the network.
Yeah.
But nothing about the nature of the network connectivity blocks you from normal internet functions. So you can host video calls and share information and files and shit. You got a place to store them.
Okay. So yeah, no, that's part of the whole like entertainment and book luxury. We have public readings. We can do public readings, do theater.
We're selling audiobooks. That's great.
Yeah. And then we can actually have teachers go out and teach online courses for people who for anything. Because even in the post-apocalyptic future, kids need an education, and yeah, so that's probably something that our school
And
does.
as we've established, you are a enclave with a lot of young adults, which means you probably have a lot of young children now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to
Because
import
the
condoms.
condom machines in the bathrooms will have run out.
Also, probably it depends on how the situation involving abortion pills are, but that's a different thing.
Though those wouldn't be in the school.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, fair. We're
Oh,
like,
but-
yeah.
Actually, this isn't the postman. The post office no longer runs.
I meant if they existed, if they were even commonly available in pharmacies ever anymore.
I mean, the near future is the political situation would be vague, but again, that would be a thing you'd have to go. You would have to fucking knock over
Yes.
your local CVS. But I
That's
don't
the whole
know,
thing.
how many of. Again, it's been 5 years. Everything has an expiration date, and also people are not necessarily making more of stuff. So
True.
you have big limitations, like regular birth control pills. Those stop coming out after a while because you don't have the place to manufacture them anymore.
So yeah, no.
I think the Enclave having a birth rate that goes up is probably not the biggest thing to worry about.
No, honestly, your enclave probably prefers it that way because that means you have to open the gates less.
True.
And you got to remember there will be later, but talking about like social structure and stuff and internal layout. I would suspect that you're probably going to have some stratification where even with these youths, these young adults having an independent streak, they probably do still default to a lot of this old guard of the teachers and some of the older parents and stuff for like guidance because again, they're young and they don't know what the fuck to do. And those older adults probably prefer a social structure where they continue to raise internal generations, and I would assume that the teachers probably think that they can continue to teach new generations.
Yeah.
Can they?
At least-
I don't fucking know. We'll figure out in a sec.
Some of them are trying.
Oh boy, they'll be trying. So yeah, being high school teachers, you have a number of people educated on critical subjects, not just like history and language and stuff, but also sciences, engineering, physical education.
Chemistry is somehow extra important nowadays.
Chemistry is important. Your home ec teacher is actually God now. Here's how you boil water. Here's how you cook an egg.
They're in charge. They're probably keep full charge of the home ec room because the ovens.
But also,
Yeah.
hey, who's really important? Your gym teacher, because you know what? It's the zombie apocalypse. Don't skip leg day.
He's got to teach you how to proper running technique.
I'm
You
pretty
learn how
sure
to
we
do-
probably cannibalized the fucking field,
You
but
don't
the
wanna
track
be-
is still there.
You don't want to be a crusher.
And
Don't
you
skip leg
also,
day.
have to if the school had any weight equipment or exercise equipment, that's probably very prestigious, very expensive now. obviously not an export in that case, but you know what I mean. Like hey, you want to wield that spear made out of that table leg? You got to start lifting. All right, so that's good for exports. You're good on food and water, but also have a little bit of a brainy streak. You've got education and stuff. Let's talk about imports. What do you need?
Fuel.
Same things that
need
define a
we need
surplus
gas.
supply a deficit. Enclave can't be all things to all people. So what do you need to keep operating? What doesn't the local geography provide? What forms of industry are impossible inside your defenses? And what skills are lacking? So fuel is a big one.
Would it also be like tools for like welding tools and like metal to use for things like that?
I mean, probably metal.
Scrap and raw materials could count. You always need to maintain your fences. Hold on, guys, I have to
Yeah.
write this, so I know
Yeah,
you're all looking
sorry.
at the document, so you got to give me a sec.
I know. I was just answering Axe when
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying you can't. I'm talking to Axe. You can't list 4 things because I have to write them down.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah. Fuel is needed to keep your generators running, which I assume you. Obviously, like we said, you probably have some solar and some wind. You've got electrical batteries to work off of. Your chemistry teacher is probably doing some weird Baghdad battery shit with like acids, but that is not enough to keep the lights on all the time. So you got to run those generators.
Someone's experiment of ethanol right now.
What I was going to say, you probably can set aside a little bit of your crops to make biofuels, but that is not a net gain, right?
No.
That's your emergency stockpile.
Yeah, we're probably not
That's our
growing the crops that are best used for ethanol.
That's for like
so.
if like a brainstorm comes in, we need to power the generators for the nights.
Yeah, that's the emergencies.
Well, make it more of like, oh, there's a storm system coming in that's going to be. I mean, we're not going to have sun for like a whole week. So I'm assuming the batteries can hold out for at least one day.
It means like we probably on the lookout for like more generators or batteries and shit.
Maybe. I mean, I guess, yeah, just those would be useful no matter what. We could either sell them or use them.
Yeah, so your initial stockpiles of gasoline from, scrapping all the cars in the parking lot and shit have run out. You have a strategic stockpile of biofuels, some solar, and some water wheel supplements, but you can't run the emergency generators indefinitely. So you need fuel. And then Axe was saying metal. We agree on that one, sounds like.
Yeah. Scrapping just to make tools, weapons, reinforce defenses.
They probably won't say no to like getting welding tools and stuff, but that's everything.
Well, you gotta remember, things we gotta import means we trade things we trade. Like
True.
Tools and stuff, we probably put our hopes also on the good old scavenge.
Yeah.
As like otherwise, if we imported everything we need, we wouldn't need takers.
True.
Yeah, so fences need constant repair due to normal dead weather, and you also need to do normal maintaining repairs of the interior structures and the farms and shit. And basically, it sounds like your enclave can't get more metal internally without literally tearing down your buildings, which nobody wants to do for some reason. I wonder why.
We like those roofs.
All right, so yeah, there's other stuff like, what can't the local geography provide? What forms of industry aren't available inside your defenses? What kind of skills and stuff don't you have? I mean, it sounds to me like, you already have enough base foods and like you can grow protein substitutes, but it does kind of sound like you have a meat deficit. You might solve that not necessarily with like industrial importing, but more like free range hunting, because again,
Yeah, they got a rabbit farm.
Animals and shit, work out.
I mean, I don't know, like chicken and rabbits is good protein, but that also, I don't know if we got that.
We might have work on that.
Yeah.
I mean, you might have some space for that.
I don't know.
And there's no necessarily like rule that you had to stay exactly within the exact high school grounds. There could be some wiggle room as well. You got basements and shit.
True.
One example for imports from the example enclave is medicine. That sounds like also probably a thing you guys might need. You have no like on-site pharmacology, and the school nurse's office would become rapidly depleted.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially in those early days.
The other thing I'm thinking of is fertilizer.
We can make that.
Would
Fertilizer
we
have-
we can make from by composting dead plants and food remains.
Well, a bunch of like remaining, like I assume like plant remnants good from eating.
Yeah, I
it,
was
'cause all it's
I was
edible.
wondering
Yeah,
if we could
but-
produce it in enough quantity to sustain our major export of food, though.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. So, okay,
Like
that's
believe it
fine.
or not,
It's probably good soil.
Like as long as like the thing about like fertilizer and stuff, it is usually used to mostly replenish plants' nutrients. As long as we have a proper crop rotation in there, we don't actually need that much fertilizer.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I just thought I'd bring it up because yeah.
No, I get you, but no, trust me. I have a little bit of a green thumb. I literally am setting up an herb garden. I'm looking at fertilizer. It's like you don't need a lot of it, but usually you just need a little bit to top off like every planting season. And like I said,
Probably not import.
so yeah, we can make enough from the plant waste because even with our plants, like especially things like potatoes is a high yield crop. If we build potato boxes, we can actually but everything on top of the fucking potato, like the whole plant thing, is useless. We can just fucking toss that into a fucking compost pile for like every potato.
One thing, would this be? I think this would be more of a luxury thing, but I assume we're also like on the hunt out for more like seeds for like different kind of things.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, that sounds like a thing that you worry about. Is like that's a good score as takers. Like, hey guys, I heard about an experimental seed farm. They had brand new GMO crops that were never planted and are in
we
cold
grow
storage.
fucking potatoes. Can we have a distiller? Can we change that to one of our fucking exports? Alcohol?
Oh, we can have an extra one. Yeah, we
It's also used for, like,
the
it's also
example
good
has
for
up to 5.
medicine.
We can go for
Yeah, no, like we probably don't
Moonshine.
Yeah, we can make moonshine. Like especially if we're growing potatoes and like maybe some other things. There's no way this is fucking Pacific Northwest. Someone knows how to fucking run a fucking distillery.
Also, it's probably just good for like cleaning cuts, honestly.
It is. Alcohol, like good grain alcohol is good for a lot of things, but no, yeah, let's have one of our exports be alcohol.
And that's why our import is medicine, so we don't have to use the alcohol to disinfect wounds, that we can drink it.
It's like I also we don't have a great operation because we don't have like probably have to make the
That
distiller.
probably helps you even make the fresh water too.
Oh yeah.
Dilute a little high proof alcohol in there. That shit is sterile.
Well, actually, for believe it or not, there are actually like little jugs you can buy that will that you can do it in. You don't have to have the giant metal thing, but that's something we could have built over the years. It's
So
not.
We got a few years here. Yeah.
So we reverted back to the olden times where it's safer to drink alcohol than the water.
Listen, we have a chemistry teacher. The chemistry teacher the chemistry teacher and the fucking shop teacher got together and they built a fucking distillery.
Because
I mean,
hey,
yeah,
they got something. They need something to
I
do.
wrote this down as just excess potato starch plus still equals hooch.
I imagine they tried to make a distillery for like the water first. And it's like, oh, this one's not going to work for the water, but
It worked for these potatoes.
It's not clean enough. Well, you know what's clean? Alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol. Let's go.
Now you can get drunk, listen to an audiobook. That's the life.
Well, no. You guys export audiobooks. You're making them.
Yes.
No, I mean like that's what we could offer to people.
I was like,
I guess.
we have booze and books.
Yeah, so under medicine, I put that, the population of the enclave is technically glowing. Your first aid stations can't keep up with it. Local pharmacies and clinics are among the first targets hit during the initial wave of takers, so you need gauze and complex medicines. I'll write that as pharmaceuticals, actually.
Pharmaceuticals.
Because, you always need bandages, you need clean syringes and shit, and hey, you are a high school, not a needle exchange, so, there's going to be limitations you're going to run out of.
And only clean needles is how you get bloodborne illnesses.
What else?
Probably need at least one more. They don't need to line up 1-to-1. For, like I said, the example one has 5 exports and only 4 imports.
Weapons.
But probably need one more.
Honestly,
Yeah, I was
ammo
thinking
weapons.
maybe just like I don't know if we need weapons, but ammo probably.
I'm pretty sure
Is
they're.
that-
I think they're part and parcel. By the way,
Could we like
Yeah.
figure like a rudimentary
Because
like
even if-
gun
even
press?
if-
Actually, we need tools for that. We need to make tools for that.
Because, like I said, like they don't talk about it, and usually this is one of those weird gameplay conceits. But fucking weapons break down after a while.
Yeah.
You need parts.
Well, hey,
Hmm?
you'll be happy to know upkeep is a stat.
Yeah.
Every piece of gear you have has a required payout to make sure it keeps
That's why we need
functioning.
metal. So we need like tiny metals too.
But like I do think we will need.
I think I just write that as weapons and ammo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just in
Yeah.
general.
I think it is more probably towards ammo because we probably have enough capabilities with like our facilities to repair weapons, but not necessarily make ammo.
We probably need stuff to
But-
make that.
Yeah.
Actually,
I mean,
gonna be
I'm still
real.
gonna say, just my personal opinion. Remember, I'm an active part of this too, though you guys are doing great here. The amount of volume by fire you need to control casualties, and like you are at a constant drain because, like you said, the way people get in and out is you clear the casualties around the gate. Obviously, you can do that with bows and arrows or knives or whatever, but
We
it's
have
much
bows,
safer to
actually.
do that with a gun.
Also-
Suppressors wear out over time. Machine parts fatigue, and
Yeah.
Right.
We,
Yeah, that's fair
it
enough.
sounds like you guys didn't start being the most weapon advanced. Like
No.
like you talked that the people who came here would have brought their hunting and home defense stuff. There's a lot of police pistols, boot revolvers, and a lot of hunting rifles and shotguns, but
No, I'm at a gun.
actual
Not
serious
rifles.
heavy hitting hardware you are at a deficit, which is a thing. You guys as takers are probably like, fuck yeah, bring in more guns. We need those.
but,
And also, your fencemen and cops are going to want, and you're going to
Yep.
need bullets to go in those guns.
That's fair
It's
enough.
probably also a thing of we're trying to get a way to make a gun press to make ammo or something.
honestly, Axe, make hand loading ammo. It's not that hard. The hard thing is
Sure,
making sure you have the right measurement. But you can buy a fucking thing that lets you do it at your desk.
We probably have that at some
Yeah.
point.
No, like this is the point I was gonna bring up. Making ammunition, like it's not the hardest thing in the world. If you
It's just getting the casings.
yeah, it's just getting the casings in the fucking thing, and loading it up. You can literally put that together in a fucking snap.
I
but-
mean, you still need the raw shot. I
You
don't
do.
know if you guys have a crucible or something to like. And you
Probably.
guys
Yeah,
already
it's
said scrap
probably-
metal is one of your requirements.
Yeah.
but-
It's more so like we just need the materials to do it potentially.
You
and
should definitely have surplus casings, and the materials you need for gunpowder are not that complex. But
But like,
We do have a
I'm
chemist.
pretty sure we cannot machine. Well, I don't know. We
We can't mass produce it.
We probably have a fucking like a machine shop. I don't know how like precise it is if we can make fucking gun parts out of it. Actually, it's a high school. We probably do have a machine shop and maybe even an auto shop. Do they
Makes
still-
sense.
Do they still do auto in schools nowadays?
When I went to high school, it did, and that was only like 5-6 years ago.
this is supposed to be a public school, but it's obviously larger scale. So yeah, probably.
Yeah, we could probably like maintain like vehicles and probably make some simple like gun parts. Maybe I don't know if we can make a full.
It's just we just don't have a surplus of parts to replace
Yeah.
things with.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Calvin. I hit you with a log. Yeah, no, but yeah, weapons and ammo. Cool.
Basically, the Enclave didn't start off with a surplus of firearms, didn't have the raw materials to manufacture an excess, so new high-quality ammo and weapons are in demand.
Yeah.
All right. That means it's our next time to talk about competition.
Uh-oh.
I love, by the way, how this starts. It says, zombie movies existed in the world of red markets before the zombies actually came. Things get really bad, but a surprising number of people knew how to survive. These people confined into enclaves, but smaller groups will compete with each other. So when talking about the competition for the Enclave as a whole, we're going to talk about competing taper groups. Though you guys can run into competition with takers from other enclaves, but your enclave competition remains static. So basically, we're going to think of some, competing enclaves that use the same transportation routes and natural resources. They scavenge the same ruins, but they have different beliefs or ideologies. Getting some ideas for competing enclaves should help you spark, storylines and stuff. So the questions are shit like, what other groups have settled in the area? When thinking about this question, remember what your enclave's top imports and exports. Do these communities feed your needs or worsen shortages? What kind of structures and groups could provide for your enclave? What kind of structures and groups would need your enclave to survive? How are these communities different than yours? They also say to look out for non-enclave competition Is DHQS out here? Are there corporate interests or whatever? Old corporate headquarters, etc.
There's definitely corporate interest in here.
What
One
and then they say,
question.
what do citizens deployed in the lost need from those left behind? What riches from the recession can they provide? So keep an eye for these things. But yeah, so let's whip up a few, nearby enclaves.
Would this is probably stupid, but is there any possible like random Canadian? Because we're like kind of near the border.
I mean, I don't.
Ah,
You are close to the border, but there's no reason for them to be here.
true. It's not. We're not. If we're just the fuck middle of nowhere technically to them.
But yeah, they got a few ideas out here. Also, by the way, at any point, if you want to come up with a name, we can come up with a name for the enclave. I've got brackets for now. I feel like it should be a reference to some sort of classic American political figure because that was the name on the high school.
Lincoln Academy.
Well, no, you wouldn't say academy. It would just be like Lincoln now. But that's way too obvious. You need to be more obscure.
Yeah.
Spiro
that's
T.
true.
Agnew, James Madison, or
Harrison.
maybe just Madison. Shit like that.
Henry Harrison, like one of the shortest presidents.
No, clearly it was Andrew Jackson. We just call it the school Stonewall now.
It's not even the right Jackson.
I thought it was Andrew Jackson.
No, Stonewall Jackson's a Confederate general.
He was the president, though.
Different guy.
No.
Really? Am I dumb?
There's Andrew Jackson.
Was he just a general? I thought he was a president. I'm dumb.
Thomas Jonathan Stonewall Jackson. I believe Andrew Jackson was also a general, but no, it was in a different time period.
Wow, I'm dumb. I always thought those two were the same.
The American educational system has failed you.
That's no
They
surprise.
call
Let's see.
Did Andrew Jackson have a cool name? Let me see here.
Old Hickory. I think that
Yeah,
was
I'm
Jackson.
sure he had a
Jackson.
nickname. He's a brutal man.
I am a fool. See, now I can't ever let this recording see the light of day.
Aw. What's
Old
the edit
Hickory
that
may
in post?
refer to Andrew Jackson, the 7th President of the United States.
Well, I guess this is also Pacific Northwest. I don't know. Like, what do we actually? Let me see what names we have here in the Pacific Northwest. Hang on, let me see.
See.
Washington.
We can do that because I can't think of it.
Famous Washington.
Yeah, the places that are named after Jackson and Old Hickory are usually like Tennessee, Louisiana, etc.
South places, yeah.
Shit, what was that one
Famous.
crazy Union general from the Pig War?
I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
The border ambiguity, the political context. McClellan, George B. McClellan.
That'll be more near the place where the
God,
pig
this
war
is where we have
happened.
Digipin here.
You are near where the Pig War happened.
Oh,
That's
okay.
in this sound.
Actually, maybe
When you
yeah.
throw a rock and hit the ocean, that's where the Pig War.
Would it be more the guy who stopped that from like escalating super hard? Or I think the wrong guy. Forget who showed up to stop.
Cascadia, Kashmir, Shalon.
Definitely not what I wanted.
Field
Oh
Scott.
my God, I forgot. We in Clark County we have Battleground High School and Battleground.
that feels like you're tempting fate there a bit.
Bellevue, Eastlake, Newport.
Also, yes, love.
Great animations.
Interlake, International, Newport, Shamama.
But not to get us too derailed on this, but I'm just saying, like, because the competitions that we have names, the example competitions, for instance, are there's Fob Liberty, a DHQS settlement to work on those things. They talk about John's Rivers Assembly, aka Dracula's Castle, a mega church, which looks like a castle.
I was
That's not
thinking
good for us, but it's a thing to think about.
I was wondering if there was a hunting a big hunting mega store that got people in Enclave came out of. So it was like a fishing and hunting store.
Your own version of Trout
let's
Fit.
see.
Yeah, but like a bit, I think, more towards mountain hunting instead of like fishing.
I mean, I don't actually know if there's anything branded like that.
No,
Fair.
it's always.
I
hunting
think there's
and
just
fishing.
Bass Pro Shops.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
No. Axe, you've never been inside a fucking Bass Pro Shop, have you?
I think It's been a year or two.
Your silence thing makes me think you're lying to me.
I was thinking about like I've been to a bunch of like bike shore and like car shops, so it's a bit different.
So that's yes. So
Yeah, you've not been in
I'm
a
I'm
Bass Pro
dumb.
Shop.
Moving
Oh,
on.
okay.
Fuck, I don't know why you try to lie like this, X. I really don't.
I was like,
I
wait,
was
am I wrong?
really
Oh, I guess
wondering
I am
how
wrong.
Lotha made that comment, and I realized, oh wait, he's actually in the call now. Never mind.
Yeah, he's woken up. He's not going to be in because he's busy, but
I
he
just
can-
didn't
he can
realize he was
sneak
here.
out,
I
I
was
guess.
like, wait a minute, what?
Well, let's see. 100 biggest companies in Washington. Number 1, Amazon, aka Distributing.
Dude, no, we should totally have a distributed fucking like guy in here, just like, no, please don't take all our shit. That is our shit. You cannot have that shit.
Well, you don't own it anymore.
I
Fuck off.
mean, there's this thing in real life with Amazon, specific distribution centers unionizing. Maybe that happened. Maybe a
The militant
distributing
union.
like center, the workers were self-reliant, and so they were just like, wait a minute, why do we need to go anywhere? We're a fucking Amazon outlet.
We have this entire warehouse full of shit that we could use to live for at least a few years.
Honestly, with
So
how
that could be a
big
competition.
with how big fucking Amazon is and those warehouses is, you can live off of well good for a
Also, they could probably still wear their uniforms because it makes them identifiable, so you don't randomly shoot them.
Yes.
Whew. Ah! Lotha's saying something.
Well, without doing names, like I imagine there is probably some sort of enclave in the area that deals more with like looting the urban areas than we do, and that's probably where we get a lot of our metal from, and probably trade them food and stuff.
Well, I do believe we do have some metalworks here in Washington.
I'd also like to say, so number 1 is Amazon, number 2 Starbucks.
I'm not sure. Starbucks is sustainable. It would be a really big one.
Digital, that doesn't matter. Number 4, Costco Wholesale.
I think Costco wholesale and Amazon, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I think we can just like maybe
we can kind of
merge.
smoosh those together. We just
Yeah.
need a name for that thing.
yeah.
We could just call them Wholesale. That could be the name of their enclave without being
Wholesale,
brand
yeah.
specific.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Those places are big and they have a lot of shit, so yeah. And there's only like 2 entrances usually, 2 main entrances.
And they're big shuttered entrances also. So
They give a lot of hot dogs.
They also have ways to cook their food, yeah.
Costco.
They might just lack good water, honestly.
I don't know. They might. It's a fucking wholesaler.
Oh no, they have purifiers. They have purifiers in their
No,
goddamn.
do you know how many pallets of fucking bottled water they have?
Also, just burritos. There's a bunch of burritos everywhere. And like filter replacements.
Let's take a look at that.
But yeah, so we should definitely have a distributed analog in the area. Other competition.
There is, from what I see of the city of Olympia, there is a state college that is kind of north of the city. It is Evergreen State College.
Could be Evergreen. Yeah. That would be more of a direct competition because it sounds like they would probably be offering a lot of the same shit you do, just from a different end.
They are famous for their liberal arts.
Well, so they're all fucking dead, is what you're telling me. I say this with a associates in the liberal arts.
It means that we can go there to loot their books
Well,
and
I mean,
their computers.
It's not necessarily the people of the college that are now there, so
True.
for all we know, it could be
Depending
like
on
the
size of
bandits
the college campus. There's a few things that could have worked out.
It might be a very like open campus too, so it might be like not easy the most defendable place. So that's a different thing.
I don't know.
It
We're
can
just
be
talking-
defendable if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just throwing.
Like, do you think we have there's actual school up here that has all these features that make it almost near great for fucking zombies? I'm doubtful.
Mhm.
That's about making shit up here.
True.
Let's see here. How many do we like? Is there like a minimum we have to have?
No, but there's like 3 I think given in the example one, so probably like 3-ish places to work with seems about.
Is there
right.
any place that's like good on? Is there like good defendable pharmacy places that would have been like a megaplex? No.
Who knows?
Like, don't think
Also,
don't
pharmacies
think,
don't come in megaplexes.
Yeah, don't think
Huh.
think in organizations, not locations, Axe.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, it can be the example competitions are mostly locational, but you need to have like a reason for them to exist. Like
Yeah.
you're talking about something the equivalent of a small settlement, a decently sized
Right, yeah.
township. You guys are containing probably, hundreds, if not thousands of people in your grounds. Probably more on hundreds
How
given
about
the
say-
Hundreds,
source
yeah.
material, but still, like
Hundreds, yeah.
reasonable sizes. Sizes.
Hmm.
Let's see here. So distributed would be 1, and what is a good? No, that's not local.
Is there anything made out of like remnants of a private research group, like near a lab or something?
There's some stuff like that. They talking about possible corporate interests. There could be like an old or a new research, research complex or office park that was up in this neck of the woods that is a thing now.
Maybe it's. I guess we're a little away from the actual city, but
It's like we're still a ways away from the ocean, so that wouldn't be a good idea. So
It won't be a peer thing. Yeah. Hmm.
So let me think here. Oh, we should have a settlement based out of a casino.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
Like, we do have a lot of casinos in the area.
Actually, I feel like you could defend that, but just the struggle with resources.
I imagine casinos are probably. I mean, I know they have like that, anti-theft type security, but I assume that they're meant to be reasonably reinforced because you don't want people to just steal shit and leave.
Yeah, no,
True.
they have. Like, they don't have like fences, but like getting in and out of casinos is a pain in the fucking ass.
It also means they probably are looking out for food and water for other people and shit.
Yeah, probably. But they'll have a lot of space. They'll have a lot of space because casino stores are built like that. Some have attached casinos and resorts.
Very deep basements.
Deep basements, carports. Like, they would have like no food and water, but like aside from that, there are very nice places that you want to hang out. Because
that's probably the like.
That's where you get guns
you guys
from.
order like scrap and other stuff. Also, probably just general trade.
Well, yeah, no, like this, they would be going for that. Like they like. Well,
mean,
real war money isn't worth anything anymore, is it?
But it's good paper.
I mean, yes, it's good paper, but no, like actual bills and coins are not worth a lot right now. You'd need bounty and stuff.
Oh, they probably use their own poker chips as an internal currency system. That'd be sick.
Yeah. Oh, they probably have it. Yeah, so like they give everyone that works there gets a salary.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, there's probably we probably have some native American tribe-based casino. They are probably not the most friendly, but they are willing.
But they know they need trade.
Yes.
You think they ever like gave us coins as like IOUs?
Name, Dead Man's Hand, whatever.
Our group might head down there sometime to get jobs when our settlement doesn't have any.
Yeah. Remember, part of why you're doing competition generation is to consider like possible jobs and job lines. Like
Yeah, no.
This is where you might go to get stuff you need in your enclave, or you might go to sell stuff that you have out of your enclave, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, my note so far on wholesale is just a massive wholesale market linked to the distributed corporation, big warehouse building with limited number of entrants was a prime site for looters, but was held by the local union of workers, excess stockpiles of food, water, and consumer goods which they can trade, and access to the old distributed delivery and logistics network, because this is, again, near future. This is when the Amazon drone delivery actually happened. So, they had access to that kind of infrastructure, so they can facilitate a lot of buying and selling.
Honestly, for the casino, like slot machines and poker and like other card games are like how you stay entertained. So they probably have a market out of that. From like
If I'm gonna be real, they probably break down the fucking slot machines.
Oh, fair.
The complex mechanical stuff, yeah, but just having an excess of poker and blackjack and craps tables, that stuff still works.
Yes.
They probably you have to
again,
give food or water to get in, but they let you play.
Might be the source of your
like
some of your scrap metal because they have the space to store that shit underground and also would have had stuff that they could break down for mechanical parts.
Yeah, no, like excess cars, slot machines, fucking all like various electronics they have.
Let's see. Full House?
Plus, they probably, pay in their chips for like salvage that comes through.
Joker? Wild Card?
It's a good tribe name.
Well, I
Let's
guess
not get into that.
yeah, let's not.
Simple names.
Fair.
Let's go. I'm trying to think of something, but like that's at least somewhat Pacific Northwest. But I'm not gonna like. Usually, that means we start saying things like Evergreen and start falling water and fucking thunder. Actually, no. Thunderbird
Wait.
Casino, the Thunderbird settlement.
Thunderbird, okay.
Oh.
Thunderbirds. That's a good one.
Yeah,
Sounds like a roadhouse.
I was gonna suggest Ace on the Sound.
that's pretty good too.
I like Thunderbirds. It's shorter. Most of these are punchy.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the Thunderbird settlement out of the old Thunderbird Casino. Yeah.
Technically, is this alphabetical? It is.
So that's
So-
2. Now we need a third one.
Let's see. We could do maybe a settlement out to our west, more towards the coast.
That'd be definitely
Fishing?
more urban though, so because yeah, we built a lot on the water, yo.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
how,
looking
like,
at.
how,
Look,
well, actually, here, I have a question. I know we're not the closest, but when they say in our sphere of influence, are we talking like only a couple miles, or are we like tens of miles?
Let me actually see how it shakes out. So,
Because if it's tens
And
of
we're like-
miles, yes, we can totally reach like the Seattle area.
competition. We're talking about competition. Think about basically they use the same transportation routes and normal resources. They are working out of the same ruins as you, but have different systems there. So
okay, maybe
would
that's
have
too
to
far
be
away then.
proactively close to you to actually matter.
All right,
Within like
that might be a
walking
little
distance.
too far away then.
Yeah. Sorry,
Because I was just looking at the map and there's like Gray's Harbor off to the west, and there's a couple old towns out there. It's like, oh, maybe we're trading out with them, but that's a little far away.
Probably have their own shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Let's see.
We are close enough to the sound, like the water. Maybe there's a floating settlement out in the water.
That's what I was actually gonna mention if we were gonna get someplace close to the sea.
Could do that. That would have again, talking about how protein is probably not necessarily something you are 100% sold on. You obviously have enough food to live, but perfect nutritional balance might matter. So you could, fish oil, very important.
Is there a farm that could be any reasonable distance away?
Like what, a fish farm or a?
No, it's probably it's not gonna go to kind of rural farm because that wouldn't be defendable.
Like I think a floating
No.
settlement is a good idea though. I was gonna suggest that if we had the more urban, but if Gray's Harbor is
I
not
mean-
too bad, having a flotilla or just everyone lashing boats together.
It is definitely a thing that is suggested. That's actually mentioned as an example in the Enclave generation.
I mean, we could do either of the things like out in the sound or over in Gray Harbor. Like the coast is like probably maybe 60 miles away from where we are. Maybe 40.
That's a lot of fuel to use to go there, but doable if we really had to.
Well, I am not, and I do not assume that we will be able to reach anywhere that we can't easily reach on our own feet or with a short ride, because using fuel is a resource that we don't necessarily have, so we are usually encouraged to take care of things on foot or by
Mhm.
bike. Ching,
Bikes
ching,
are good.
motherfucker. Or electric bike.
Electric
Still
bike
need,
that help.
we still need fuel to recharge.
Yeah, we need
And
batteries.
dynamos and water wheels, baby.
Take a bit, yeah.
I'm getting a
I'm gonna
fucking
electric bike.
hand crank charger, and that's one of the small children's tasks. Just keep pushing this crank 1 hour. You have to do it.
This is
Honestly-
absolutely, by the way, Lucky understands how Enclave. Maybe it's the fact that you had to do gopher work and makeshift shit in the military, but like no, this is exactly how enclaves operate in the fiction. Is nobody gets a free pass.
No.
Everybody
Also,
needs to be
as
doing
someone-
something.
As someone that owns an electric bike, those take hours to charge when you plug them in. So people are gonna be charging that for like 8 hours straight.
That's the way it works.
That's the thing, Axe. You don't like. That's why they're special, and you try not to use the entire fucking charge in one go.
So yeah, what I wrote about Thunderbirds, Enclave based on a
Also,
former
what
casino.
else are the kids gonna do?
Very defensible locations with deep storage areas and access and an excess of pre-crash cash. They broke down their slot machines and like to have an excess of scrap and pay people on their own minted chips. A great source of gambling, entertainment, and economy, because I suspect they probably have some some trade market shit going on. But they need food, water, and booze to keep things going. They tend to be kind of scummy and standoffish to other enclaves.
Yeah.
Like the teachers are probably constantly warning the takers and merchants of your enclave, which does still need a name eventually, to not go down to Thunderbirds and like gamble all your bounty away and shit. But you still do because you need something to do.
Mm-hmm.
And also that sounds like a perfect a like between jobs business making scheme is you guys either literally yourselves go to Thunderbirds and gamble, or like a professional gambler approaches you and they're like, hey, will you guys give me 5 bounty to front myself in a poker tournament? And then we see if you guys win big in the poker
I
tournament.
wonder if
It's a thing we can do.
if we like give them a big if we give them like a crate of booze or something, they might like give us some spare or something.
That's what
Mhm.
trade
But
is
there's-
for, Axe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Like I
can work
said,
on that.
Booze
Yeah.
is on their list of things because they would run out of their casino booze rapidly.
Yes, they would.
So they need your moonshine hooch to keep people liquored up.
And boy, how did they!
But they
even
don't
keep it-
like they don't like to imply that they need your shit. I'm imagining they're very, like I said, very what you call it, capital based, again, very scummy, very shifty. Wholesale probably likes to project themselves as like, down to earth blue collar. I mentioned that they don't really have the skilled labor to capitalize on their position.
Mhm.
Because they were just, people, stocking and moving and selling, wholesale. It's not a skill intensive job, I'm sorry to say, though some of them are probably forklift certified. But yeah, so in that case, I mean, do we want to think of an enclave that's maybe a little more antagonistic? You mentioned there might be some stress with some old, like National Guard units and some stuff like
Yeah.
that. Are those guys out here? Is there an old National Guard armory that somebody's taken over? Do not limit yourselves to real world geography. Remember, we can make shit up.
I was actually thinking that there's remnants of the old state government running around trying to keep a claim on thing, and maybe they're in cahoots with the thing. So like maybe like the cap like the like we're basing this like saying we're pretty close to Olympia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then let's have
Yeah.
an enclave based out of the fucking the capital.
All right, let's call it. Well, you could call it just
Olympus.
the capital, but also I was thinking Mount Olympus. Yeah,
Yeah.
home of the gods.
And in the 5 years, they might have gone a little fucking crazy.
Yeah. Mm.
Their dream is, to retake the city and put things back where they were. They don't need the fucking government. We can do it ourselves. And we just
Oh my
need
God.
everyone to give up everything they have and fund our progress.
I feel like there's probably one of our biggest selling lectures is about how the Greek gods mostly sucked.
Nah,
Nah.
no, that's not entertaining.
Fair.
You get more people wanting to listen to fucking someone narrate Percy Jackson.
And Dresden, I guess, yeah. Just as depressing, actually, no.
All right.
I have put a wraparound patio on our house here in on the Cannibal Island. Aren't we supposed to be looking for someone? Yeah, but that shit can wait. Yeah, and I think that's 3. And I think honestly, I think that hits a good swath of people. Like we have the economic one, we have the well, technically I guess we have yeah, no, I think we have like that's good 3 broad strikes. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
No, not a strong. No, Google. Not a stronghold. Like two separate words. Or like one word. Two separate words. Has a stronghold on the local bounty economy.
Right, they
hold
probably-
CID documents.
Yeah, they have all
No,
the.
you're on
They have all,
fire.
right. They have all the records. Damn it. Yeah.
Calvin, stop it!
Yeah. So, calling Mount Olympus former state capital of Olympia, with original state officials, local police, and National Guard remnants held onto government buildings by sheer force of will, and by being willing to demolish parts of the local neighborhood to do it.
That's about right.
Have an excess of weapons and people to use them, but need materials like food and water, but don't like to pay for it. But they do have access to the local bounty economy because they, have collected a lot of state IDs and shit. So, they need your resources, and they have stuff to offer you, like just raw bounty cash and guns and stuff, but they don't like to pay. They're kind of, hoity-toity.
They want to
On
like
your
drown
ivory
you
tower.
in forms and procedures. I was like, you could.
All right, so this means we get to do the fun shit. Social structure.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Economy implies inequality. Inequality creates conflict. Conflict is your campaign. So, look at the answer to previous questions. How have these answers stratified your culture? Do you have a hierarchy? If the questions aren't enough to spark ideas, look at the economy section of the contract generator. So, how does our enclave govern itself? Is it a general democracy or some kind of reputational compromise? Is it a monarchy, a socialist ideology, a total anarchy? Is there an executive or court system? Does religion play any role here? And has your enclave always done things this way, or is the current system a result of some past struggle?
Honestly, I feel like because of the student and teacher dynamic, it was we have a leadership, but it's like the council of like the old guard, and then like they shift people in depending if they're able-bodied anymore.
well, the teachers, like I said, if they've been around kids a lot, they understand that kids aren't just gonna listen to them just because they're old. Like smart teachers will anyway.
Yeah.
So I do believe it's probably some sort of council. How people get to council, I'm not entirely sure though. It wouldn't necessarily be old guard, but I do bet that the old guard does have the quote unquote sway.
They probably have like the leader of the
It probably
administration.
definitely started as the old guard, like we're all there, but then as the 5 years have passed, there have been younger people who've gotten into like the government.
Yeah.
We just call it admin.
No, we don't need
Oh.
we don't need proper nouns for this. What
Gotcha.
is the social structure? Like, what can you say that their government is like? So there is some kind of hierarchy.
Yes. A republic, I guess. What's the?
I mean, Lop's idea is not bad. Because we probably have like different dedicated groups.
It's a democratic republic. People form into certain groups or clique, and they have an elected representative that basically represents their group's interest in some sort of group council where they decide major things.
Like we have farming rep, security rep, chemistry rep.
Well, that'll
Shop
come when we
rep.
do VAPs
Yeah.
in neighborhoods and stuff.
Yeah.
But we're gonna
So
say
let's
that it's the
see.
different departments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everyone has to belong to a department. Because that's what's basically gonna like set up your duties and your work.
Yeah, and like who do you report to if a problem happens?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So it's not a monarchy, a social ideology, or total anarchy. We just had that.
Yeah, I believe it's a democratic republic.
Yeah, loose democratic republic.
Yeah.
That's what the U.S. is.
So we have police, right? But do we have actual court system?
There has to be some sort of way to punish.
There's definitely an arbitration,
Yeah.
especially because, like we said, we're gonna have like think of who's on a high school staff. You're gonna have
Yeah.
hopefully counselors and arbitrators. The high school probably has some kind of legal counsel, and you're gonna have officers of the law there.
We have to have like
So-
order. We also have to be
But
fair.
Not,
So
not
it's like
quite.
taking order.
You have
But
loads
it's definitely
of
not a
books.
full-blown court system. It's just, it's arbitration.
It's probably more like Captain's Mast, where you get in trouble, you get in trouble, and you take it before maybe you're like elected representative. Actually, that might be like if it's like a small offense, maybe it's just dealt with by your elected representative. But if it's bigger, then it involves the whole council.
They gotta call. Yeah.
They gotta call it. But you just basically get talking. You're dished out a punishment, which could be anywhere from more labor to exile. Like,
Sounds
depending
good.
on it.
Is being a taker a punishment, or would that be like a dedicated thing you got to show merit for?
I think anyone.
That's
could be
probably technically. It sounds like the way you guys have pitched this. Takers are technically a department.
Yeah.
You guys are not required to, and obviously it's actually discouraged when scavenging for all the takers in your group to work together. So but
So we have a head of
you
scavenging,
actually
yeah.
have a reason to get out. Yeah, there's
Why-
probably like a point of and actually I should say this. We were talking about character archetypes earlier, and we're gonna actually get into character creation. It doesn't sound like any of you are necessarily up to build a face or negotiator.
No. Usually
Negotiation is a very important part of the rules, but there is an alt rule where you guys would have a fixer, which is basically a fixed
Hard boss,
NPC who is no, not a hard mode. It's a nebulous. They are a strict block of stats to do negotiations, and then you guys do all your normal. Because again, negotiation, while you it's an important mechanic, and you probably want some kind of negotiator. This game is not designed so that one negotiator and the GM one-on-one, and the rest of you sit out. There are what they call scams, prep work, and shit between rounds for negotiation as well. So that could explain why you would have a fixer.
Yeah.
That could be something that's handled by the department,
The department head and
or someone designated by the department head.
yeah. Depends on just how many teams of takers there are.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know how many we got, but it's enough to qualify for a department, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably not exactly like all the other departments. It's a unique case.
Well, you
so.
guys
It probably
don't worry about
overlaps
your
with the border.
competition, but yeah.
It probably overcrosses
Yeah.
security.
No.
Security is different than takers.
Why would it overlap with security? You guys don't do security.
No, we go outside. Security does not go outside.
Right.
Let's see. Don't. So veto power is the next question under social structure. I mean, that might be just something that hasn't come up at all.
Do we have like a secondary system for basically to like break ties?
No, you probably just have an uneven number of representatives.
Yeah.
Oh, fair.
And just like some and counts. Actually, that's probably how we keep. This is how we keep people from hoarding power. It is a ironclad rule that council members can only serve so long. They have term limits, and then they have to be cycled out with someone else, and they cannot get reelected for like 2 more turns or something.
Now, would it be fair that like after 5 years, our first term shift has happened?
I'm pretty sure a couple has happened. I'm pretty sure it's like a yearly shift, because things.
Yeah, 1 year on, like 2 years off. Sounds
Yeah.
about fair.
Yeah.
You guys would have talk about this. You have a library. You would have a shitload of books on like every fucking political science, high school lesson about, Greek democracy, Roman, the 3 phases of Roman government, shit like that.
And like I said, these are high school students who's probably was paying attention to the political sphere, and how everyone laments the lack of term limits. So
Oh yeah, for sure.
The pre-crash times were said to be, have some strife and be politically charged, much like our real life. So keep in mind, this book came out like in 2016, I think.
So yeah, council. Yeah. It's an effort to keep council members from hanging on to the reins too long and stagnating ideas. So they force. There are elections every year for new council heads. If if you've had your 2 years off, you can go again. And if people like you, or you have that much political sway, because we're humans, people are gonna people. You can get it. But I mean, if that makes sense to everybody.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just it makes you imagine that as the enclave goes longer, that political parties might develop.
Yeah, I bet.
Probably a department of chemistry. Yeah.
Axe
Well,
is
no,
really
I'm
stuck on
thinking-
chemistry for some odd reason.
Yeah.
I
Well, I
just
was just thinking, 3 leaders that agree that their like beliefs coincide, so that they just like rotate through
their position. Yeah.
positions. Yeah.
But like I said, like no political system is free of that kind of shit. Yes, the only way that stops that is like, yes, after you fucking after you become a council member and your time's out, you get taken out back and shot.
Yeah, fair. Mm.
There's our chemist.
Honestly, Walter White before the series started, that'd be
there's
funny.
probably now. Axis
Oh no,
West
no,
has to
no.
make-
Listen, we haven't gotten into like what like crime and shit is like for you, but absolutely, there's gonna be some people making some bathtub semtex and some back alley meth and shit. So I've written down our social structure. The Enclave works off a hierarchy. The council meets on council meetings from different departments, and otherwise a loose democratic republic. Everyone's department calls for what your work share is, what your authorities you have, where you live, etc. But by being part of a department, you get to vote on your representative to the school body. I wanted to call it student body, but it wouldn't work. And they speak for your department in a quorum, so there's regular meetings and stuff. Representatives trend towards the old guard of teachers and parents, but there are some young adults in there because it's been enough years that, some people maybe have died or just, lost political appeal. So you've got, young up and comers. Council members have regular rotations, can't be elected twice in a row. Disturbances are monitored by campus PD, your security department, and are handled through semi-formal arbitration. And just as in my little note, it sounds like the quote-unquote student body are very idealistic and very politically charged, It sounds like, not literally everybody, but it sounds like there is a certain undercurrent in your enclave about, like, actually participating in government and stuff. So, there's a certain amount of galvanized youth who are politically savvy.
Well, yeah, because I can see it because for a time in their life, like these teenagers and stuff were put they had to grab destiny in their own hands. Like they knew, like, in the early days, what they said or did could change the future. So it probably made them a bit more interested in shaping said future. In my opinion, anyway. I don't know what I know about kids.
They had to reach for the future, right there, in the gonads. No.
I'm pretty sure that was one teenager speech.
All right, so let's talk neighborhoods then. Humans like clicks, break them into clicks, and then they start making tinier clicks. Bounty is your biggest separator, but that doesn't mean race, religion, politics, gender, language, and every other petty consideration will be turned into dividing lines as well. So basically, think about what your major demographic zones are like in your enclave. Is there a rich neighborhood and a bad part of town? Probably not, because you guys are not that huge, but you might have to. Are living arrangements determined by occupation, political identification, or other signifiers of class? I think we've established it's probably department based.
Yeah.
How does the enclave quarantine latents?
That's something important.
Are immunes allowed to walk free, or must they hide their diagnosis lest they be sold into medical slavery? I cannot imagine that the way we've set this up, they're like that.
I think we're mostly a positive force. Like, I don't think we're necessarily scamming ourselves, so we probably wouldn't sell out. And latents probably aren't allowed to. All latents have to be in the fucking taker department.
It'd be taker or like someone would be outside.
Also, probably do have your own like residence block, like
we probably have
converted
like it's
storage
not
room or
it's
something.
It's not like huge, but I do think that latents are probably recognized as important, and we're not. While we are, given a wide berth, it is.
You're a hazard, but we need you.
It's not out of like. It's not full on. It's not enclave.
Well, and once again, you know what grips the cockles of the heartstrings.
Question about latents.
Well,
like
sure.
how like rare are they?
Is there a stat on it? I don't know if there's a stat.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see one when I was looking over it earlier. I know that
Is it
it's
like
not
depends
as
on how
like
much suppressing you have on you. I mean, and I think it's like a 10% chance on the dice, I think, or something like that, as you can become latent.
Question: if you're immune, or you're like basically mostly shifted into the medical department, unless you're a taker.
No, you're just a regular ass person who does things.
Oh.
We probably just issue a special tag. If this person goes out, recover their fucking body.
Yeah.
They die.
Yeah.
It's all like they won't pursue you while you're alive, but when you're dead, oh buddy.
You have a donor card, essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Like listen, I want you to respect your human rights, but if you're dead, well, I'm gonna fucking use you up.
The times we are right now, yeah.
Yeah. But we probably don't have like, yeah, but I'm probably sure that latents all have to join the taker department because honestly, that's where they're most useful is going outside.
Yeah, but like I said, I can't imagine they like are openly discriminatory to latents. It probably is because again, like
it's on a
nothing
personal basis,
tugs
I
at the
think.
cockles of your heartstrings more than like, oh, this teenager got latentified. Shit,
No,
survived a blight kind of a thing. But I imagine it is probably treated as like, gosh, we could make this really condescending. It could be treated like having a learning disability or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like to ride the latent bus.
Yeah. There's probably terms for that. There's the fucking like, yeah, the latent bus. So yeah, no, the Enclave isn't like, actually like discriminatory of it, but it's kind of more of a pitying kind of thing, I would assume.
Well, let's call that neighborhood the latent bus. I don't think it's a literal bus. Though it could be. That could be like because those are like semi-outdoors and easy to clean. They could have,
yeah, no, totally
scavenged together your habitat out of old buses.
Yeah, no, I'm for that. Yeah, we have a couple converting buses out in the fucking taker department that the latents stay in. I don't know how many we have. Probably not a lot. So that's why we can live buses.
Thought of a bad joke.
I'm listening.
I'm curious.
Oh, that Latent, he sleeps in the short bus.
Yeah, I mean that's where the joke is. Yeah.
As someone that's had to take the short buses before, it's not pleasant.
Yeah.
I didn't have to, and people still said asked me if I wore latent bumbas and rode the short bus. So yeah. Do you know how many times people asked me if my mama dropped me on my head when I was a child?
More times you probably want to hear.
No, I'm talking about how many times I've heard of it. Yeah. And yes.
I mean, yeah, no. I listen. I got some of that. Well, fun fact. I did actually. This is a common story. I did apparently hit myself in the head with part of the stove once when I was a small child.
Bonk.
Because those things, those iron stove grates come out. It's fine.
Yeah.
You're still springy as a kid. But I did go to public school for a few years. Some people were actually confused by what was actually my, smartness, but not necessarily great social anxiety. I was, asked, are you the R word a couple of times. I think YouTube doesn't like that word, so I won't say it because we're on recording. Technically, I was not, though. I went to the gifted special things when those existed. Yeah.
I did too, actually.
Eat it, random kids at school.
I remember those.
It's part
First
of why
I had was a
decided
year
to
or two
become-
of speech therapy.
This is part of why I became homeschooled, was because funding for gifted programs started to dry the fuck up. Thanks, No Child Left Behind.
All right, neighborhoods.
It waning. I like being in the gifted thing. We got to do weird shit. Darkest dungeon.
Yeah, so talked about Latent bus. Latent's living converted buses and RVs. Because, you could steal an RV or two. Outside the taker department, which is easy to clean in open air. So it's easy to monitor on everybody if they go hot. It's a little cramped and Spartan, but it means you get to keep to yourself and aren't bothered by the rest of the population, barring the occasional joke at their expense. I suspect that like the cafeteria, I don't know if we'll call it that, we might call it something else, but that's probably like a generalized neighborhood. Like I said earlier, I imagine that is probably
The canteen?
no, open areas like auditoriums and cafeteria and stuff is probably where a lot of people sleep. Like there's a lot of bunked housing there, a lot of barracks.
Yeah, no, especially the gym, the cafeteria, auditorium. Not the stage though. The stage is important. We use the stage for things, but like all the seating has probably been like ripped out and made space for. Yeah, that's all bunk space. Classrooms have probably been converted for other spaces.
Private residences and offices and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Axe made a joke about admin, but that could actually be a neighborhood. Like, call it admin. That's the old administration section. That's where the council offices are and shit.
Yeah.
And could be quote unquote the nice part of town.
Yeah, basically, where all the principal's office and all that shit was. Just turn all that into where the council works. Takers probably don't don't have a lot of space in indoors. I'm actually imagining like we have like the bus and stuff, but probably I think a lot of tapers like do with like outdoor shelter and stuff.
Probably temporary shelter.
Like maybe like get some big ass like the taker department like have a big ass tent city. Well, not big ass tent city, but like a camp.
I can see
the
that.
job fair.
Yeah.
Honestly,
you ever been to a career fair on a high school or college campus?
Yeah, but we have like we stay outdoors. We stay outdoors and we just use like canopies, tents, and other outdoor gear to just keep out of the way because
that also probably doubles as like where your marketplace is for outside trade.
Yeah,
because people do come in to buy and sell. So that seems like a very safe area in the old parking lot because you don't need it anymore.
Yeah, perfect.
Also, there might be like I feel like takers, even if they don't have like much of a say besides the department head in the council, I imagine that takers have a thing of they can requisition things from the various departments for things going out. Like
you don't requisition, that's called you buy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bounty. You guys don't have like an internal script system like Thunderbirds, so you want something, you got to pay for it. But that is the power of being takers, is you guys get to go outside and actually like do things that earn bounty either from your internal members and like other departments.
Right, you don't have to work for it, you just buy it.
Yeah, you can just be like, hey,
like I said, like the taker department is probably it's that odd duck department where like you have like the really weird people, but if you need something, that's who you go to.
We have a list of requests.
We probably do have like a fucking request board somewhere.
I mean, yeah, no, that's how you guys get job. News is actually like one of the things we do is like what's going on in your neighborhood. You guys probably have like a fucking cork board.
Yeah, people from various departments puts down jobs, requests, and stuff, and we get up in the morning, we go like run over to the gym, shower to maybe not the Latents though. The Latents don't get to hang out there, but. And, we go to the board, see what's on there, or we decide, it's kind of a meat kind of day, and we're going to go scavenge for ourselves. Because that's the other thing takers get to do, is we can just bring home whatever sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, not all the times. We gotta...
Oh, yeah, like, basically, as we've talked about, there's two ways to do actual jobs in red markets. You can do jobs or job lines, which is a client is like, hey, I need somebody to do a thing. Whether that's, hey, I need you to go to this old neighborhood, clear out any casualties, and find me this thing or that thing. Closure jobs, those are usually called. Like, hey, I need you to go to the nursing home and cap my granny so that I know she's dead. Or they are like specific requests. Like at one point, some guys had to get like some UV light bulbs for like, growth lamps, and they got a shitload of chicken eggs out of it. Shit like that. Stuff like that back and forth. Or there's scores, which is the way score building works is very similar to how we're doing Enclave generation, but could also be in character. You can basically say in character, I heard a rumor, blah, 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 and like roll on it. But that's basically you guys sit around your fucking, trash fire barrel and are like, it would make us a lot of money if we brought it back to the Enclave, if we, went to the local apple cider bottling plant.
A bunch of bottles.
We got a bunch of parts for liquid handling or whatever. Or you're like, I heard about, yonder hunting lodge up in the hills. I bet they have loads of guns and bullets we can get. Maybe they have refrigerators we can scavenge for fucking coolant and shit.
And maybe we can like take off some of those like rugs off the walls for like floors.
But yeah, no.
So that's job fair.
That's
J comes before L, right?
Yeah.
We probably put it at the end of it, yeah.
But yeah, that's our department. That's our department area. It's called the job fair. It's
Yeah.
great.
Do we determine all the departments, or is it more just play by ear?
We don't have to actually determine all the departments. No, we just, whatever. Oops, that was bold, not underlined. Just whatever, logical neighborhoods there are. So we'll probably have to come up with talk about like the gymnasium and probably talk at that and describe what that's like and like who lives there, like what department has the gym. Probably the farming department, agriculture, because they're right next to the athletic field.
And honestly, because that's probably where all they live too, because we need probably a lot of people in the fields.
Yeah.
It's like, weeding, watering, picking, observing, people managing the compost piles. You got to turn those things over. That's probably that's not a love job.
I assume they're also like part of. They also probably have control over the kitchen. I get the kitchens.
No.
No.
Agriculture and kitchens are not connected. That's home ec, baby.
Yeah, no, that's probably domestic department, which takes care of cooking, cleaning, making sure people
Fabric.
making sure people have clothes, stuff like that.
I mean, yeah, home ec.
Yep, home ec.
You can even spell it as home ec. But okay, so all right, so gymnasium.
Yeah, so we probably don't have like maybe a full. Maybe we do have a buzz, but maybe we also just have some tents. I don't fucking know. I really.
Honestly, getting the bus out is probably harder than it's probably more of a bother than it is sometimes.
Well, we probably got a couple buses in there just for like offices and maybe for a couple people and stuff. So yeah, no, there's probably our buses and stuff at the RV, and maybe a couple have been set aside for the land bit anyway, just because they are kind of special, and it's easier to keep track of them if they have a place where they can't move from. You can move a fucking tent real easy. Just because they don't hate us doesn't mean they're not going to be careful around us. That's how you get got.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta make sure, split up the food and all that crazy stuff and the water. Lambits have to eat with other lambits.
Yeah, so the gymnasium, former gym building converted into barracks for the agriculture department. Most people work and sleep in large bunks, cots, and sleeping bags. I wrote backs for some reason. Let me fix that. Also have access to some of the water because they would have like showers and stuff, composting and stuff. The old gym storage rooms are now converted into granaries, and the locker rooms are now tool storage. So yeah, seems like it works. Like
Yep. Yeah.
kind of the blue collar working class part of town, but very essential.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see. Do we want to keep home ec as home ec?
Yeah.
Yeah, all one word. Actually, yeah, home ec. Hee. Not even 2 E's.
Homek.
Just home C. Homek.
We make a lot of cornbread, don't we?
Probably. I
A
don't.
lot of mashed taters.
Yeah, corn probably. Yeah, corn probably really goes good, and we wouldn't be able to make. We wouldn't be able to grow enough fucking wheat. I'm telling you
Yeah.
that right now.
Wheat requires very particular things.
It's not that. It's wheat fields have to be huge.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, you would want calorie dense shit.
Yeah, but no,
Compact.
corn is much
Do
more.
we have to make like
Hmm?
garlic and other things for like spices?
I don't know.
I mean,
Make
that's
the
what taker
greenhouse.
that's what taker jobs are for. Like I said, I think you've got a greenhouse for like some specific, greens, winter vegetables if needed, and probably some herbs. But yeah, like that's
Oh, I bet the agriculture has a bunch of people who just have like potted plants like that. They're just growing whatever herb or whatever they have next to them.
yeah.
But actually, I don't know what kind of like in.
We gotta go. We gotta loot the supermarket to get like those garlic salts.
Garlic growing. Let's see here. How do I think? Like I'm seeing if it. Let's see here. Needs full sun. Oh. Let's see here. Oh, actually, and garlic takes forever to grow too. I'm looking at it.
Oh, then I guess we'll have to like just find some garlic spices separately, like prepackaged shit.
Axe is obsessed with garlic.
I'm not gonna
I'm just
lie.
thinking of like other spices too, but yeah.
Honestly, like now that you mentioned, like no, I like fucking garlic too.
And that sounds
Pepper,
like a personal,
garlic,
that sounds like
onion.
a personal score. Where do you find the garlic? You want garlic? You got to sell garlic. Otherwise, everybody probably deals with sea salt as finding ocean and removing the water. Not hard.
I wonder if we can like salvage ocean like some rock from the mountains. Probably
I
that's a
don't
job
think
though.
there's salt rock in.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's salt bearing rock in the Cascades.
I don't know either.
No, you're probably looking wild mountain pepper, and also there's lots of shit that humans will do to both to get high and also to become Flavor Town. Pine cones, pine oil,
Oh boy,
all kinds of shit you can figure out.
what's that shit?
And we have the books talking about it.
You have the I don't know if juniper grows normally up there, but you have the right environment for it.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about how many people are gonna start growing fucking the Mary Jane.
I mean, if you have access to the fields, yeah. But
I also know tea leaves is probably like hard to grow, so you gotta find like tea packs. Probably worth
obviously,
some.
I mean, it's you guys are in the Pacific Northwest. Coffee, baby, it's coffee.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, we probably don't even have to grow coffee. We can probably go find fucking bags of it. And if you want
It's like tons of it everywhere.
if you want tea, grow mints. Mint grows really.
I mean, yeah,
easy.
there's a lot of herbal teas you can make that are not
Yeah.
necessarily straight up the tea leaf plant.
Like I literally today, like I said, I'm getting my herb garden going. I know it's a little late, but I'm like whatever. But I'm gonna grow fucking chives, mint, and a couple other things. I think I picked lemongrass and parsley as well. Herb gardens are ridiculously easy to start and maintain, and they do not need a lot of space. But like but like I said, we probably use none of the the big space for it. It'd probably be everyone's little personal projects. Like they have like a fucking planter or two by their fucking by their bunk where they're growing like a few herbs that they can maybe like trade or use in their own food.
Yeah, so home ec, former cafeteria, kitchens, and attached areas handle food distribution, serving meals to all members who want to take it. Because I imagine you guys probably have like big communal meal times, because everybody would just be used to it. Cafeteria time. They're a powerful block, but still use a lot of bulk housing in the old cafeteria. So maybe they want nicer space because they're so important. But we got some work out there. Okay, so we got like.
Should we cover shop and like?
That could be a neighborhood. Is the shop area? The shop room and the auto shop and shit like that would probably all be bundled together. If not, they weren't originally. I'm sure that they would compile all your industry into one area.
I know I would.
Yeah.
So we'll call that the shop.
No point in keeping it. No point in keeping it separated.
Enclave's machine tools.
Yeah, so it'll be security, domestic, the engineering department, the council department, which is its own kind of thing, the taker department, the agricultural department.
I mean, but does each department have their own neighborhood?
Probably not each department, but it's good to call out the ones that do.
The council probably doesn't have its own neighborhood, but
I mean, that's basically what admin is for. Is like that's where like council members can actually like spend their time working and living and stuff. But also, campus PD probably uses that year-round shit like that.
yeah.
And that's probably the section of the like classrooms that has been like kind of upscaled into better upper class, more upper class housing.
We gotta be on the lookout for filaments. For like to read like printer resin.
I wonder where you find that.
The library is probably counts as a neighborhood.
Yeah, probably.
Records, yeah.
I mean, does anyone live there though?
probably, like,
it's not
small
necessarily
group.
just about living. It's also about like where people work and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess.
Or at least a
thinking
small
about that.
dedicated people to keep sure the books are
what are your
maintained.
cliques? Where is everybody divided? Where are the zones? Where do people live? Where are they going? Like the example ones in Troutfit are, you've got what they call the Fountainhead, fountain complex by the entrances, pump station access water and stuff. The Armory, where the gun room was and where a lot of the guys, first holed up in the place. The Forge, the machine shop and reload stations. The Closet, so the clothing section and stuff were kind of put together. The Flotilla, so they were outdoor pontoons and speedboats and stuff that are fenced off. They call the old open seating buffet the welfare state, where people kind of just go together. And then the dark alleys is just, the people in the back area. Our back area equivalent, I think, is just going to be called the hallway. The hallways. Or the hall pass.
I'm wondering if like chemistry and like medicine would be like one combined block.
We really don't probably have a pharmaceutical brand, if I'm going to be real.
No, I mean,
Probably just
the
some people on
nurse's
it.
office is probably, or that area is probably is the default infirmary, but it's still not a lot.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, science could be its own department. We might
I feel
even
like
put that
sciences
with
would be
library.
sciences would be like chemistry, engineering, and like I mean,
Yeah, because we're implying you guys have science labs, so there would be like.
I would
some
think
equipment and
that
stuff,
like there we have home ec for some of the more like that. I think a lot of the science ones would probably be lumped in with the library
Computers?
library neighborhood.
that works. We can work that out. I said that the shop is kind of like they've got a lot of high tech devices there, so they're kind of in alliance with the computer department who handle your servers, scanners, and shit like that. Comp labs
people-
are close, CAD machines.
We gotta upload all the books.
Yeah, so they've kind of like formed an alliance with the shop, so they're in those two people like live and work close together, even though they'd be separate departments.
And then
like, I'm pretty
library
sure
would
a
also.
couple people just sleep in the shop area too. They just roll out a bunk or something.
Yeah. So let's see, library. No, That would be the stacks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of sticks.
So yeah, I imagine there's some like I brought in the notes, some exchanging books, sorting old books. Like Taker department goes out. You guys find a Barnes and Noble, or you raid a Starbucks or whatever, and you're like fill a duffel bag full of books. One haul of books. You dump them off at the library. The library's like, okay, cool. They sort through them. You can sell surpluses. You can rip them up to scan them or whatever. Keep originals and shit like that.
I wonder if we can like carry some flash drives of PDFs we got as like trading, but flash drives are probably like a commodity.
I do whatever you have haul for, buddy. You're asking me abstract questions. Those I don't care
Fair.
about. So we got
I'm gonna make it
admin,
my
gymnasium,
mission
home ec,
to-
job fair, Latent bus, shops, stacks.
Gonna make it my mission to get as many manga light novel into the fucking school as possible. It's my mission.
They have to like empty a goddamn shelf out to make a section because of you.
I will do it.
You'll print the sign out for like that hallway.
I say this as I've literally just ordered 2 bookshelves that I'm gonna strap together so I can get them high enough so I can just store more of my books.
I just got a bookshelf today, so I can actually like start buying books again.
Just seeing if my plan works because, funnily enough, people don't like making bookshelves higher than like 6 foot. And I was like, fine, I'll do it myself. I'll just bolt 2 4-foot ones together.
That reminds
I hope
me of
that's structurally
a
stable.
complaint I often get at work where people's like, why is the milk up high? It's like, well, the quartz are up high because they're the lightest.
Oh, that does make sense.
We don't put the gallons of milk up top because that would
It's
kill
heavy.
you little gray hair.
He's heavy.
Because it is always the old people that complain about that.
God, I know we shouldn't do this, but now I'm imagining of like a supermarket that literally it functions by like existing like a normal supermarket where people have to pretend to be shoppers to exist or not, or just be forced out.
That
That
sounds
sounds-
weird.
That sounds
Weird.
That
just
sounds
nightmarish.
like a hostage situation.
It does. It sounds like a weird horror movie that'd be interesting.
Axe just wants people to suffer.
Sorry. I'm just laughing at the pain of it. It's
All right,
so
so hall pass is the like living area. All the hallways and the classrooms and their closets and bathrooms or whatever, where people like live as apartments for family residences. You'd actually have like dependents or whatever to qualify to live here and have to pay your own upkeep to the other department. So it's kind of the nicer side. It's part of your upkeep costs and shit.
It's trials where the people that are not they're like unfactioned stay. If we have like people that came in.
I don't think anybody is unfactioned.
No.
Hmm.
No,
As you've established,
you're
it,
not allowed to be unfactioned.
Oh yeah, so I guess
You
if you
have-
come in, you
you
gotta
have to
like find a
work
property to
somewhere.
join. Yeah.
Like the faction.
Also, you wouldn't put unfactioned people in a nice place. That's what I'm implying here. This
True,
is
yeah.
private residence. These have you can lock classroom doors and shit, and partition hallways out and shit. So this is where it's good to live, but not out there. And then you always need a shady part. I think all the all these different areas we need a name for whatever the shady part of the enclave is. Also, the enclave still needs a name.
Detention is the shady place.
Yeah, it works.
Like, don't go to detention. You won't like it there. A name. Oh, God.
Name for their whole settlement.
Yeah, for the whole settlement.
Um,
Fuck it. It's no, don't fuck it. I'm about to say we could also just pick a fucking famous act.
I mean, you know what? I mean, you guys could be Evergreen.
We could be Evergreen. Can we just be Evergreen High School?
sure.
I mean, you should
Sure.
just be Evergreen. Should
Well,
just
I
be
mean,
the
that's
name.
what I mean. Evergreen High
Yeah.
School. Then we just shortened it to fucking Evergreen.
But like you that would work with your agricultural theme, and kind of growing strong. You guys could just be Evergreen.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
And I could just
Grow strong, live strong. What was the school mascot?
a tree.
It was like a tree with like
Pine tree.
that costume is probably somewhere.
It's been bolted to the outside of the fucking gate.
For sure, yeah.
As a warning.
No, not outside the gate. It's pinned up right in the middle of the fields as a scarecrow.
Oh yeah.
I can see that too.
That's much better, yeah.
Everyone thought it was creepy anyway.
No one likes school mascots.
Some of them were funny. Most time it's not, right?
If you thought it was funny, it's because you thought they were pathetic.
Probably right.
Yeah, you already have a ground that could be a music room. Well, those don't need to be neighborhoods. Those are just kind of facilities you could have.
Have a distractor run distraction. Just give him a trombone and go nuts.
I have the music
That
rooms for all the
works.
whole thing.
I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Oh, I'm out of stamina. That's why I am huffing and puffing.
No.
Yeah, so detention. Don't go to detention or getting sent into detention. It refers to the crappy basements, dilapidated back rooms, and all the classrooms are in the middle of remodeling, so they suck. They hadn't relaminated the floors, or there was mold damage in the ceiling tiles we hadn't gotten to yet. Shit like that. So those are the crappy areas where people who can't pay for their own hall pass, but aren't welcome in the dorms, go. So if you're too much of a delinquent or an antisocial or an asshole for like them to tolerate you in the gym or the cafeteria, and you're not skilled enough to be a taker, you end up in detention, basically.
God, some of the taker teams that are literally just no one else liked you, so go outside and get a shit.
I mean, work that shit out.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's gotta burn off your energy.
Okay, so then let us do the last bit on the sheet. VIPs. VIPs. So basically, at this point, there's a lot of different places for characters to interact with, but who represents these places? Now it's time to, provide the campaign with a cast of NPCs you guys can talk with. Great way to figure out clients for future contracts and shit. So who are our mover and shakers? Do they get power, first come, first serve? Are they elevating themselves to sheer force of will? How do their positions reflect their agendas? What's their end game? Are they lost for life? Do they have retirement plans, etc.? How do VIPs exert control? And so, they've got a lot of examples out here. You've got like faces for the different departments. and you know,
We're gonna need the face
other
of the
shit
department.
like
We're
that.
definitely
So,
gonna need our fixer too.
And yeah, we need a permanent head, yeah.
so these you know can be simple names or complex names. Like the VAP's got like Bill Baxter, conservative talk show, radio talk host who was the face of the Armory. Bug Eyes, an aging gunsmith given diplomatic privileges for the Forge. Stoner and college dropout responsible for the welfare state in Truffit is just named Kyle.
Hmm.
You know,
Kyle.
Founderhead, you know, guy who's good at, you know, people waving against
Mr.
dark
Anderson,
alleys.
head of the Takers.
No.
Nah, okay.
Mr. or Miss is a good way to denote former teachers, though, so
Yes.
that might work for some stuff. But like, I don't think we need a representative for like the Latent bus or the hall pass. Those are like
No.
residential areas,
No.
but you know,
No, that's just a thing in the place. But no, we need the department heads, who is our council, and probably our fixer for the takers. I don't know if the taker department head is our fixer. That seems a little weird, personally, because he's supposed to be way up there. Our fixer should be
Depends on the
like
scale.
our fixer should
I
be like
mean,
middle
yeah,
management.
actually, I mean, that is a good question though. Is your department head way up there because you got to elect them? So
Well, I'm pretty sure we have how many? Well, I guess that means how many takers we have.
I guess it depends if the fixtures shift around to become department head.
let me look around for like creation news and look
Like,
play. You got to
because
talk
if we're
about the
rolling
news and
around
stuff.
in like
Yes.
three, like takers
How
are
common
encouraged.
is competition? Because
Yeah.
competition generation is part of the the system. So sites, wholesalers, economy, designing scores. It's different. Where is the like section on competition? Complications. So, competitions, you got to worry about, solo takers. There are some loners, noobs, raiders. Oh, valid is what we call,
Oh, I found an idea for exiles. They're called dropouts.
it's a good name.
Mhm.
Keep that in mind.
But like,
Takers,
I don't know how many
cartels,
takers we
raiders,
have.
rebels,
Like, if we're only in the
cartels.
hundreds, in the hundreds, we can't have more than like 20 to 30 takers, and then probably a couple like support staff who would be our fixers, and then our department head. So it'd be our department head, like 5 fixers, and maybe like 5 to 6 teams of takers.
Yeah.
I think that's what I think.
Yeah, and then like I
Seems
guess
fair.
some of the about like I guess 3 of the fixtures have shifted around being the head.
Probably. Yeah, probably fixers are like no takers probably jump straight up to I mean, that's usually what happens. A taker usually becomes a fixer, and then maybe a fixer can become
And I mean, that could be, one of your characters end up like retirement is like, oh, I'm going to, use all my bounty to run my campaign funds to get like permanently attached as I'm going to get elected department head and then rotate through fixer department head,
Mhm.
These are things to think about. But let's see. So we've got admin probably would be, represent whoever's head of campus PD. Need someone for the agriculture department and the gymnasium. We don't need a face for detention, but if you have like a scummy hustler kid, crime lord, that's where they're from.
We should totally have a crime lord kid working
Home
on
ec.
growing that ganja, smuggling out booze.
Yeah, because even though detention's the lower class, like the lower class section, they would still have a representative.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I feel like there's been a weird. Maybe I feel like there's an incident where like one year they didn't show up.
I'll figure it out. So I like the style of like using like several of these people should just be named like Mr. or Miss something.
Mhm.
Keep in mind, remember, because you're legally declared dead, it's important to actually conceal your, legal name. Takers will have pseudonyms. So a lot of people in the loss have, aliases, truncated names, etc., because it makes it easier for them to, get back in to integrate to normal society if they can. So, like, there should be a shop teacher who should have something normal, head librarian. Hold on. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. I would like to put forward a name for the head of the stacks.
I'm listening.
Miss Dolby, as in Thomas Dolby, who is the artist behind She Blinded Me with Science.
We probably have music somewhere. Yeah,
But are you guys okay with that name?
I'm okay with that.
sounds fine.
For head of what is the name of our security department again?
Campus PD is based in the admin, but their
Oh.
Campus PD is what I've been calling them.
Okay, campus PD. Nah, I don't need to think about.
Officer something.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a former cop who came through.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Officer Rickman.
I mean, good enough. I can't think of a name. Fuck it, go for it. Officer Rickman. You know, part of a campus PD.
Yeah.
I mean, we can have Ms. Cook, head of home ec. Let's go literal.
Sure. Yeah.
But E at the end.
I mean, yeah. Put a little splash on it. Put a little English.
Yeah.
But yeah. But also, I need the VAPs are not just names; they are also like descriptions and character traits. So.
Well,
Right.
Officer Rickman is probably a bit of a hard ass.
A hard ass, but probably known for not being really shitty.
Well,
No,
maybe
he's a cop. He's instantly shitty.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
instantly shitty.
Okay.
But I want to go for the tough but fair.
Yeah.
It's like people talked about Officer Rickman and it's all like, listen, Officer Rickman doesn't just hate you; he hates everybody equally. He's kind of that kind of character.
It will judge you on your merits and hate you for it.
Miss Cook is probably an older woman. Kind of has that kindly exterior, but rules her kitchen with an iron fist.
We don't waste flour here.
Iron spatula.
Yep. Like, do not waste food. Do not try to steal food. Let me see here. Those are two we got so far.
Well, also,
let's
Miss
see.
Dolby, needs some more description besides just head of the library department. If you guys want to suggest anything, otherwise, I will continue to brainstorm while you guys yell names at me.
I mean, I'm thinking. Let's see here. Ms. Dolby is. Actually, let's make her younger. Let's make her younger and
Serious young woman. Maybe she's the daughter of the former librarian.
That could work, yeah.
I don't know.
Is she still in her goth phase?
Maybe.
I was thinking of something else right now.
But let's see. So she's probably quiet, a little dark, likes to
A
sit.
bit goth, that's fine. We don't gotta do too deep on this.
Yeah, probably says
Daughter of
weird,
a previous
mysterious
librarian.
shit all the time. Has crystals everywhere. But
So for the shop, I'm thinking Mr. Steele.
Yes.
Perfect.
Definitely probably one of the older faculty members.
I still want him to be a brawny black man though.
That's fine. I was
I could see a thing of he used to run a mechanic shop, but then got hired by the school because of his.
Well, no. What I was gonna see is actually like he just seems the total toughest thing in here, but he's just like a big softy.
Yeah, he totally has to be a brawny black man.
Enjoys jokes.
The job fair leader. I think they need to be a little edgy and a little mysterious. Just no. Listen. No.
Yeah, Mr. Steele, head of the shop, strong, tough exterior,
God,
but kind-hearted inside, kind-hearted and jokey. Maybe a bit too soft on his faculty.
Mm-hmm.
He gives the shop kids too much leeway.
God, I'm just imaging now. The guy ahead of the marketplace is a person that really wanted to attempt to do the RE4 merchant design, but didn't pull it off.
Nah, it's too specific.
Nah, okay.
It's the near future. Post-apocalyptic near future. Nobody knows what Resident Evil 4 is.
Not even the remake?
No, because it's the near future from now. Axe, do you have a drone and carbon nanotubes and a robotic arm? This
No.
future is that many years from right now.
Okay.
And then 5 years after that.
That's really good.
I need some fries right now.
Also probably need a gymnasium representative. I'm thinking maybe another mister from or no, wait, coach. Should it just be coach? Or
Yes,
should we
it
say
should-
it's coach something?
No, just coach.
Yeah,
My friends
coach.
call me coach.
What are some archery classes?
I mean, if we did it now, we have them now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a good
bows are
skill.
pretty economical.
Probably some targets we can probably use in the storeroom somewhere.
Yeah, it's called the casualties.
Fair. You just use them go off top the roof and shoot from the gate.
All right, I got one when you're done with that one.
I mean, should I just write as coach's description is coach?
Yes. Everyone knows when you're thinking like, yeah, you remember those high school coaches? Yeah, it's just that.
Now the goal of the football game is to get the football in the opposite goal.
Now, y'all, I'm going to need you to give me 110% on planting those crops. Coach, it's mathematically impossible to give 110%. Now, don't give me that. What is it?
Because my idea was
Clear
for
eyes, stern
sorry.
hearts can't lose. Anyway, yes, sorry, Aaron, what were you saying?
Well, I
the
made that
idea
joke because I saw an animation about that, which makes me laugh.
for detention. There's Jace.
Jeez.
Oh, that's a good name for that.
Only word after that is edgelord.
Wears black trench coats. Wears black trench coats. Always has a knife in his hand, no matter what.
All the other departments, some parts don't hate him because he's part of detention. It's more just that they think he's going through a phase and he's being unproductive.
Youngest representative also.
It's like
Actually, no, let me rewrite that entirely.
I mean, he's got leader skills, but he's kind of wasting them.
I mean, he got all the people that live in detention to vote for him at least. So.
Oh yeah, true.
Or at least enough of them to vote for him to get the spot. So.
I've added a note to Jace. Looks like he deals drugs to kids. Big black trench coat.
So we got the stacks, we got the shop.
Yeah, I think all we need now
Latent
is
bus falls under the
is just we
probably
need
the
our
taker stuff.
yeah we
I
need
want
our
I really want
taker
our
rep.
taker guy to be kind of hard and mysterious. You know, he wears his sunglasses at night.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to think of a good name for that. He has no. He's just someone who's referred to as by his last name. Like who's that? That's Smith. Actually, fuck it. Yeah, just call him Smith. Smith constantly wears sunglasses, knows his way around, knows way more
Now-
about killing people than he should.
Very important question: is it Mr. Smith or just Smith?
Just Smith.
That's Smith. He's not a teacher.
He may be
I
the only
I feel like there could be a
representative
rumor that
that
he used to be the
actually.
janitor. I feel like there could be a rumor that he used to be the janitor.
Smith.
And he just talks like, yeah, I know a lot about cleaning.
Yeah, that's literally what he's writing. Knows a lot about cleaning a mess.
Always talks very quietly, but everyone can hear him.
Mysterious, soft-spoken, a little scary, knows a lot about cleaning messes.
Oh god, we totally have a mobster as a boss.
I was yeah.
honestly, for the taker department, we probably need one.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining, like, a plain gray jumpsuit, toothpick in his mouth, aviator shades permanently glued to his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Not like shaved bald, but close crop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wears gloves.
Yep.
Now, when you're out in the field, you need to wear gloves. Protects you from infection.
Yeah, no, I love this vibe. This is a good vibe.
All right, yeah. And then if you guys are going to have we don't have to come up with them now, but if you guys are going to have a fixer, that's a thing to think about.
Yeah, we don't have to come up with them now.
No, wrong side. There you go. I have the PDF in one document and one wind monitor and the other. Yeah, alternate rules fixers. It says hive mind fixer's purpose enables you to everybody to take a term as negotiator. So basically, go to that. Well, they have some examples. Raiders Advocate LLC, a PR firm that, works to help people do that. A legendary taker who's retired. And then Mr. Johnson, the only man with the gall to attend meetings in the apocalypse in khakis and a pink polo.
That man's
So,
powerful.
yeah, you got some archetypes and stuff to work on, and we can figure out some stuff. But, okay. I mean, it's time to actually take all this shit and generate some takers. So I don't have a full prefab for this, but I did link earlier a spreadsheet, which should do like auto math and shit, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't tested it, but that's what I got. Let's see, character creation.
I have the sheet.
So we got a lot of lines here and stuff, and there's a simple system, So we will start at the top, which is name.
I know my character's name. It's gonna be Crow.
It's a good one.
That's it. Just Crow.
Actually, while I'm working on the Enclave sheet, let me do a takers area, because I'll need to write down your dependent names and stuff when we get there. Heading probably 5.
Like when you say
So
that,
how
I'm
do
now
you
thinking of Benny
spell-
Crows.
Is it E or no E?
No E.
Okay.
Bird. Burb.
Do you got like that shaken look in your eyes sometimes?
We're not at that stage yet.
No.
If you have time to ask these clarifying questions, you have time to tell me your taker name.
I was stuck on like 3 different things, so.
There's a giant example sheet I can link you guys. This was pulled from the Kickstarter backers. There are many, many fun things here. Somebody was Alasdair Black Sheep. Somebody registered it. Oh, actually, no. Arcadream Publishing must have been a Kickstarter backer. That's cute. Shout out to Arcadream. Blue Steel, Blue Atom, Boat Drinks. But somebody was just Buster Keaton.
I had one for it was like things I wasn't sure worked at all. It was like Danny Meds, but like Danny.
Yeah. You could be. You could specifically be Denny Meds, or you could just be Denny. It doesn't actually
Danny,
matter.
yeah. Like I think some people just call him Meds.
As in Denny's, but without the Z's. Denny.
Danny.
Okay, that didn't clarify the spelling for me at all, Axe.
Danny.
Okay, yes. So it is spelled like Denny's, but without the N's.
Yeah.
All right. Aren, how about you? You got a taker name?
Yep. It is Halvar, Halvar.
Okay. All right. Well, not really. Can clickle bickles and clear out some notifications. All right. Okay, so that's that's the easy part. So the next step is your spots. So first is your weak spot, a character flaw that tenaciously defines your character's personality, despite any awareness they may have of the shortcoming. When others complain about people that know that take or best can only say, that's just X, or you know how X is. So it's a central fault that can only be overcome temporarily. Following your weak spot into trouble means you gain a point of will. You know that temporary puts you over your potential. Weak spots should therefore be vague or made applicable to a wide variety of situations, including contract negations. The examples are vengeful, arrogant, pedantic, Pollyanna, cowardly, easily angered, dismissive, Napoleon complex, head in the clouds, obsessed with blank. This should be short and to the point. If you use more than 3 words, I will be staring hard at you.
Obsessively helpful.
Okay, obsessively helpful. That's a good one, yeah. That makes sense. That's your thing.
Gullible.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. Now I'm on the spot here.
Yeah, I like obsessively helpful. That's, there.
I think I originally had compulsively helping, but I think obsessively helpful sounds a bit better.
It's more broad,
Yeah.
too.
Like, I was wondering if you could maybe just write that as helpful, and I'm like, no, I like obsessively.
I want to know your business so I know what I can do.
No, you're being obsessively helpful in a setting that does not pay to be obsessively helpful. And
Yeah. And remember, you get a point of will when you follow your weak spot into trouble. So like if you guys are doing a job and I like say there's a rando caught in a bear trap on the side of the road and you guys really should not fucking mess with this person, but Denny is like, I'm obsessively helpful, I'm gonna go help that person. You get a point of will. And then when the
I get fucking a
Nazi
gunpoint
zombie
in my
bandits
face.
jump out of the trees, that's when you die. But anyway, you have a point of will. All right, so
I might use it
Lucky,
not.
any direction you're pulling on this,
Again, I am not that good at this. So
short and sweet. Well, I mean, what kind of character personality are you planning on taking here? Are you?
I'm planning on playing like someone kind of depressed and playing someone like I want to say like nihilistic for it, but I felt like I don't know necessarily how that would work.
Did you stubbornly independent?
No,
That's
I'm
not quite what he's talking about.
No, because like I'm playing someone who doesn't believe like any of this is really worth it. He's just going through the motions because that's what he knows. But I don't necessarily how I can turn that into a weak spot, Like,
yeah, nihilist doesn't work. I mean, I think just
uninterested,
depressed could work. Like, follow your depression into trouble. Well, that could work if you find something that might actually be exciting and worth doing in this hellhole, but also could just be when you're just like, nah, man, it ain't worth it.
yeah.
Dismissive is one of the examples, remember?
Yeah, let's go with depressed. He's a late in the world that doesn't treat his kind lately, and he's had a lot to deal with. And it's just hard for him now. It's a chore for him to get up every morning.
Yeah, that works.
All right, thank you.
All right, next is soft spot. A deep passion, belief, or sentiment that your character holds in spite of the dangers it presents in the loss. It's a virtue, or it would be if you lived in a place where selfishness wasn't appropriate. In the sociopathic logic of post-apocalyptic capitalism, situations of people can manipulate the character's behavior by appealing to old sentiments. Soft shots should be vague, so it can apply a while, but it's out there. Fulfilling a character's obligation to a soft spot financially, spiritually, or physically means gaining a point of will. NPCs might also, use it against you. The examples of soft spots these are more phraseological. Protecting the weak, from each to each. It writes the full version of that out by the way. Social justice, freedom, karma is its own reward. Waste not, want not, providing solace. Can't we all be friends? Women and children first. Puppies deserve protection too! ! So, this is like when your character's alone in the dark of the night and the zombies are crawling at the door. This is the thing, you look in your notebook or scratched in the back of your pocket watch and go, yeah, this is what I'm about.
Oh, mine's simple. I already knew this one. Mine's protect the young.
Okay.
that's pretty good.
Like,
I was
Are you sure you
gonna,
don't
I
want
was
to write
gonna
that as
go
protect
with
the youth, or perhaps I got to help these kids?
Actually, I'm changing it to
Gotcha.
I got to help these kids.
Yeah, okay.
That's punchier.
I don't think this would work out. Originally, I had one that was like, it doesn't work as a phrase because it was like Hippocratic marrow. But I think in this case, it's better if,
Hippocratic oath could be.
yeah, because it's like, what is it? It's not. When does a med student start doing internships at hospitals called? I forget the name of it.
I think
Residency?
Yeah, it is your residency.
I think it's like, my idea was he's about to start his residency, and then the shit happened.
I mean, you could just listen. I'm gonna tell you, it could be a rough soft spot, but it could just be do no harm.
To me, it was like the talented
that's-
must always provide.
Well, you got to remember, do
Yeah,
no
it could be
harm-
like from each to each. Yeah.
do no harm's all right, but like I said, the casualties are already dead, so you have to be more
Yeah.
concerned about the living.
But you're kind of like you could phrase that as noblesse oblige. That could also fall into like from each to each. That, by the way, is from each according to ability, to each according to need.
Each to each just works then. Yeah.
All right, so you want to write that down as your soft spot is from each to each.
Each to each.
I'm just hearing Axe say each.
Each.
Each to each.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just.
All right. Halvar, what about you? What's your soft spot like? What's your thing?
Women and children first.
Okay.
Listen,
At our
I like that
cores,
because that
we
implies differently than I got to help these kids.
at our cores we want to do good by people.
I mean, that's what your soft spot is. Like,
Yeah.
basically, you're talking about it. Your weak spot is like, what's your one heroic character flaw? What's your thing that, like, if somebody was to be like, what I don't like about you, you got different stuff: depressed, obsessively helpful, gullible. But then your soft spot is like, what's the the thing that keeps you going at night? What are you doing here? And what can people appeal to make you go wrong? Tough spot is a little different. This is your association with a group or background. The label puts you in a tough spot, but it's also kind of like how your character is, where they are, what their edge is. It's the only spot that actually has both a positive and a negative. It comes with both, but there's work out here that's mechanical. I already know what Lucky's is going to be. It's going to be latent.
Yep.
I think I'm doing immune, but I'm taking suggestions.
So our options are: you have lost, kind of the default one that gives you +2 skill points, but you are considered legally dead, so you have to stay in the lost or form a new identity. So you get an extra retirement milestone. There is bait, which is the name for somebody lucky enough to escape but dumb enough to come back. So you get one less milestone required if you retire because you are still a citizen, but your dependents cost upkeep number 2, and your communication must be electronic, so you're limited in how you get to your dependents. Latents can't be infected, but you will remain infectious, and when you die, you become a vector. Immunes, you can't be infected, and that meal ticket, you are worth a lot of cash. Believer, and there's a subsection on like what kind of groups you might be in. You're part of like some group or faith, etc. You get +2 on self-control checks that confirm your faith, but you start off cracked in humanity. So you have sand dabblage, basically. Steward, which is you be working for the man. You work for DHQS. So you're undercover, so you can, ask for organization or help, but you can only have other takers in the crew as dependents. And you got to worry about your cover. Hustler is, I know a guy. You can do networking checks, but you owe a guy. Basically, you part of it. Fenceman.
1d10 value. Oh, that.
You get to, you get bonuses to attacking casualties or vectors, but you start with a cracked in one area because you have been, working 12-hour shifts as a defenseman. Scavenger, you start with extra bounty, but you're permanent at -1 refresh because you have a lot of shit that's poorly organized. Roach is somebody who survived a previous Enclave failing. You can spend humanity on any skill check to get +1 per. You get to spend sand to do better, but you start cracked in all 3 because, yeah.
You've seen some shit.
So yeah, Axe, do you want to lock in immune, and Aaron, what do you want your
Well,
tough
Axe,
spot
I
to
want
be?
to ask, why do you want to be immune?
Because I think it feeds into the idea of Denny's in the position to help people.
I'm going to be real. At that point, you should have just turned yourself in as immune and get yourself milked for a bone marrow for the rest of your life, because that'd probably
It's
save
also
you.
because I wanted one of the dependents to be his little sister that was a student in the school and still is.
That has nothing to do with being immune,
Okay.
dude.
Okay.
He is correct. Those 2
Fair.
statements are not connected.
Like, the only reason I see you want to be immune is because you don't want to get infected, which is fair, but I just want you to say that.
Yeah, so I will also say this. There's no real character classes in red markets,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
have seen some campaigns and playtesters treat your tough spot as basically kind of like what your slot in the crew is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Immunes are good for other scavengers and medics and stuff because you don't got to worry about being infected.
Yeah.
You know, believers can also work for doctors because you got to roll a lot of self-control checks and shit. Latents are really good for melee and scavengers because you need somebody up in the front. You can
That's
also
what I
be
plan on
melee
doing.
with being immune.
Yep.
You know, lost is just kind of like your default setup because you get, you know,
Right.
access
So
to
does
extra
FD.
skills.
So like you just say, it is a yes thing. I want to be back, but I also wanted to do the whole moment of, as I'm dying, it's like take my body, retire off me.
That's really good for fucking murder bullets.
I mean, that's fair.
I just think that moment's like fitting because I think like the person that dies in
You
like
want to have that beautiful death.
because I feel like in zombie
You
movies
were a
have always
theater
had
kid
that
in
character
school,
that
weren't you?
that was my sub degree.
I mean, like, if that's what you want to do, that is. But again,
It's-
I know you Axe. You usually either go for the straight mechanical benefit or you don't actually think about it that much.
For me, it's half and half.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Because it's like I always like the characters in zombies where it's like I'm gonna die, so I gotta make sure everyone else gets out perfectly fine.
No, that's fine. You want to do that? Maybe do that heroic sacrifice one way or another. I get you.
But remember, we're gonna do the Tontine. You got to have Mr. Joel's.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so you are locking in immune.
Yes.
All right. That just leaves Halvar.
Halvar is a believer.
Oh joy!
But I saw her face. Now I'm a believer.
So, are you gonna cater to any of the particular believer sects already established by the game? It's in page
I don't.
150.
I did look them over, and I was going. I was thinking of doing it like kind of his own one because I was thinking of, and I mentioned it before. He literally thinks that this is like a second Ragnarok.
Okay, yeah.
We're going full swing on that Norse.
Oh yeah, he is like I'm going with the whole. Oh yeah, he's cracked already.
Nice.
He is
How
not
old is
all
the
there
character?
to think that like this is the like end of the gods and like the casualties are in here that he needs to defeat. Like he's going like that route.
That's pretty cool. No wonder you're in.
Yeah,
No wonder
this
you're
is
in fucking
the
here.
end
You
times.
probably came from detention.
I mean, that is similar to, what we got going on. Like, some of your examples are you've got stuff like the Meek.
I think the other one that I was kind of identifying with was the black numbers. So
Black Math, yes, that's one
Black
of the
Math.
more popular ones. Basically, Black Math is, when a vector kills, reduces human population, creates a new vector. When a casualty kills, it snuffs out a human light and might create another vector. When a human kills, it might kill one of its own. So basically, Black Math realized that the math is against us, so their plan is to,
the most able to do the most math.
Yeah. Kill death ratio is basically what they're obsessed with.
Obsessed with
We
that
gotta retake the
KDA.
land somehow.
Yeah.
The KDA. It's all about that
Yeah.
KDA.
Because they're looking at, how many casualties you've taken out and stuff like that, and, worked worked on that, and their goal is to die in what is called a significant subtraction.
Logistics cults. That's fun.
Archivists are more interested in like shaping the next generation of humanity. There's the Holy Communion who believe in like the immune or God's chosen people and shit. There's neo-primitives called like Detox. The Crusaders are trying to solve the Blight. The Chosen think that like the Blight is, you know, power. Latents have you know, received extra energy. The meek are the assholes. Those are like, they're, you know, they want to, basically the theology of the meek is described as, if they have it, is the Blight is holy, it grants you eternal life. So they spread the infection and they suck. Nobody likes them.
Yeah.
They're the shepherds though, who are more like, basically they feel that like because casualties are still walking around, they're not dead, you know, so we want to like keep out for them.
So we have like infected farms to just keep holding in.
It's not really farms, but just like, you know, looking out for them because they're, you know, out there. And there's a lot of groups. You can find them on page 104. But yeah, so kind of going for, you know, a neo.
Yeah, we can kind of like say he's a kind of an offshoot of Black Math that definitely has a Norse feel to it.
Yeah,
like he recognizes that not everyone is going to be able to slay enough casualties to come out of Ragnarok, so he's going to do his part for as many people.
You are a
So-
proudful Midgardian that must do a thing to hear all the. Why am I forgetting the name of like?
Well-
if you don't scream for Valhalla at least once a fucking episode, I'm gonna be.
Oh, he
upset.
definitely will.
Yeah.
Sick.
Do you worship Thor or you worship Odin?
It don't matter about worship.
Gods are
Huh?
dead.
Oh, fair.
Ragnarok, baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the refuse.
For, let me actually double check the spots.
But yes, he probably has at least one Thor's tattoo, like Thor's hammer tattoo on him, and like other stuff. So
Got yourself some.
Would you call the infected Draugr?
Fucking Droga.
maybe.
Probably
Sorry,
average
hell, hell,
Draugr.
dude.
Hell
Jeez.
walkers.
So you start cracked in a humanity threat. So basically, you got to pick detachment, stretch, or trauma, and that first line is gone. You are out of that first zone and have hit crack.
Okay.
And you get to pick though which one it is. If it's attachment, stretch, stress, or
What
trauma.
do they mean exactly?
Let me find that section because I was just thinking that. I wanted to double check if it was a specific one or if you get to actually.
I think it does say I get to pick.
Yeah, so you pick a
In
humanity
a
section.
humanity.
Detachment
yeah.
threatens your ability to connect meaningfully with other humans, related to someone's own self-concept, etc. Detachment threats are depression, blunted affect, antisocial behavior. You know, shit like that. Trauma is violent act or fear of violence, you know, related to phobias, PTSD, shit like that. And stress is stay cool and resist panic. Stress is, you know, work stress and stuff. So, you know, worry about like panic attacks, obsessive behaviors, anxiety, shit like that.
You could probably stress then.
Yeah, so stress is actually, I don't know. Stress is suffering financial and professional setbacks, anxiety over persistent problems.
Well, maybe
Trauma
not.
is personal injury or illness, fear of the same. And detachment is witnessing or inflicting pain upon teammates, loved ones, and other humans. So,
Probably
you know,
trauma then.
yeah, we've seen a lot of violence.
Mhm.
All right, so you start with 15 total humanity. Regret is triggered every box beneath that. You already got that levels. So you're cracked in that area.
Correct.
So you need to worry about hitting crumble sooner, but also, you know, you're already there. And you get +2 on self-control checks that are related to your faith. So whenever we're talking about, you know, the need to kill to defeat casualties and shit and keep Ragnarokin, you get a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go against that belief, you have to do a self-control check.
Yes.
Might help when you have to fight some kind of like weird aberrant shit.
Well, it helps in a lot of states.
Yeah.
Okay, so you assign 1 free potential point to every category: strength, speed, adaptability, int, charisma, and will.
Mhm.
And then you can assign 5 more potential points as you see fit. Your potentials are capped at 3 during character creation.
Alrighty. Well, I'm
Right.
going strength 2, speed 2, adaptability 3, int 2. Unless someone makes me change my mind about the int.
All right. Let's see. So I
I
have.
will warn everybody, First of all, your potentials cap your future skills. So your skills can't be above your potential.
Mhm.
And potentials are expensive to raise. I think it's 5 times or 10 times the stat you want to increase in bounty. So similar to Genesis, make sure your potentials are where you want them because, yeah, it's gonna be hard to raise later.
And I'm trying to figure out like what would be good options for me.
Maybe actually, no, I'm gonna raise my.
Well, remember, it's gonna be what skills you want to roll. So if you want me to find like what skills are in what area, I can find that.
I have the sheet. It tells you the sheet.
I'm gonna
so.
make myself dumb. I will not go with Int 2. I will go with Int Charisma and Will 1 and be fucking 3 Strength, 2 Speed, 3 Adaptability.
Yep.
I think I'm doing 3 int.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. We are a team.
Is it? I have. I think I worked at a profession skill, which is resident.
I mean, I don't think you actually. No. Yeah, you could just profession doctor. That is a literal
med
example.
student.
You should. I mean, it should. We should simplify things. It should be profession doctor.
I know.
You can't have profession zombie killer.
Profession survivalist.
Now we're supposed to discourage those things.
Profession celebrity survivalist. I'm just
Honestly, that's usually specifics where that comes in.
Yeah, profession. I mean, they say you can go out there like no. You know, the best car mechanic in the world can't shut down an overheated nuclear reactor, but the lady with profession nuclear physicist has a chance. That's just very niche. But yeah, so adaptability controls your refresh. It's also got shit like awareness, self-control, scavenging, drive, criminality.
I'm going to be
Int is,
topping up that awareness and scavenging, by the way, so...
Yep, makes sense. Maybe even have a little bit of that criminality. We'll see where your skills lie.
See,
Int is foresight, research, mechanics, first aid, and profession skills. Strength is, unarmed, melees, resistance. Speed is shoot, steal. Stealth, be athletic. Charisma has to deal with a lot of your talky people stuff. And Will doesn't have any skills. You just Will is your do things, die less point.
I should put points in will, but I only have 5 points, so it's like, and I would like to have some points in adaptability and charisma.
Listen, you can get free will points that can go above your potential. Just follow your soft spot and your tough spot, baby.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's my point. Also, I'm impressed, and I'm kind of a pushover, so I'm just, yeah.
I mean, you.
All right.
Funnily enough,
woo.
Funnily enough, I think you do actually need. Also, Aren, I will warn you. If you're building strength because you're gonna get in there and do melee stuff, you're not immune. We're gonna be more careful about that.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
That is generally discouraged.
Unless you can get a big spear or something.
I mean, it's definitely also so I can carry more stuff. So
True. That strength determines your haul stat.
I want to put points in strength, but I don't know where to take it.
Why do you want to put points in strength? You don't need those.
We got 2 guys who are big on strength.
Fair. I at least put a point in.
At least put a point in resistance. Self-control.
Yes.
Someone needs research, and a lot of players seem to think scams involve criminality. Someone who needs a high someone wants a high scavenging skill to be profitable.
Yes.
Let's see. I got 2 points in self-control, 2 in athletics, and 2 in shoot.
Well, I don't know if we're at skill points yet,
Yeah,
but
just stat points, my dude.
Yeah, let's get rid of those then.
Listen, my job is to find things and bonk things, and maybe not get spooked by things.
All right then.
Yeah.
Then I guess I'll be.
So, by the way, what you do with will is you can switch the black and red numbers. So you're supposed literally you normally roll a black and a red die. We're not gonna be that specific about this, but you have one die that is black and one is red. You can use that to swap the numbers. So if you fail, because red is the market, black is you. So you can switch it around. You can turn a regular success into a critical success. You can negate an opponent's critical success. You can turn a critical failure into regular failure. You can shift damage, and you can jump to the front of the initiative order. So it is important.
Right.
But yeah, once you've got your law threat profession, God, that's a good one. But once you're settled on your potentials, got your points, nothing above 3. We can then just move to skill points. Characters start with 20 skill points, and then you just work out there. Skill may not exceed its potential. Additional skill points are purchased with bounty later.
If I had profession doctor, would there a reason to have points in first aid as well?
Yes, because those are not the same thing. It literally talks about this in the examples, the actual.
Because I can probably do
Yeah, so
surgery.
profession doctor would have a +3 to treating flu, stitching a wound, prescribing medications, and shit like that. But first aid is still, used to actually work on stuff. It has mechanic amounts to actually like heal stun damage and shit like that.
Gotcha.
But you can only like stop a character from, from dying basically and heal over time. So like you would roll first aid in the field to do certain specific things, but actually like doctor stuff could be used for long-term things and specific, narrative benefits.
It's like, I know what the dosage you need for this so you don't die.
Yeah, basically.
Because
On
sometimes that
Marvel's
comes up.
Version, combat.
Let's see.
Melee, you specialize in your melee types.
You know,
So,
I'm
like-
gonna be an axe boy. Wait, how do we specialize? Do we just spend another skill point?
No, it's basically a type skill.
Oh, okay.
Specializations in your field there. Let me make sure to
So
actually.
it has to be specialized.
How specific is gun type, shoot types? Is it like
Yeah, let me scroll to shoot. Shoot
page is it?
is a skill out of your black whenever you make a ranged attack. Specializations are needed to operate military grade weapons or archaic weapons.
All right.
So actually, yeah. You might just go for basic melee. Melee skills focus around specializations focus around archaic weapons and swords. Actually, see
yeah, because I'm not
skills.
sure like how to spend on this.
Specializations. Possibly be a great driver and have no idea to start an airplane. Specializations are just built on the potential skill. Specializations are required for some pieces of gear and cost additional skill points. So let's say a player wants to use an archaic weapon like a sword. You would buy first melee, and then you would buy melee sword with a second point, drive plane, etc. So what you want to do here is scooch ahead a little and look at the gear list and see like what kind of weapon you might want and see if it requires a specialized skill or not. So let's see. Machete, for instance, does not. Whereas I think, yeah,
Where
sword and
does it
spear both say
say?
specialized. Tomahawk is on the list though, and so is Warhammer, and there may be other stuff in Veblen goods.
So an
Bow.
axe would need a specialization, yeah?
No, Tomahawk and Warhammer both don't have specialized.
Oh, okay.
So for example, like bow has to be specialized, but crossbows don't.
Okay.
Nope,
okay.
crossbow
Oh wait,
says
no,
specialized
crossbows do.
shoot
Never
crossbow,
mind. I was looking at club. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
this thing ain't letting me remove the one I put in something, so
See.
this shit's a
I was
little...
whole section about saying only having 1 point in something's almost useless. That's weird. Okay.
So it's not actually saying that. That's quoted because Caleb talks about how playtesters argue that +1 doesn't do anything. This is not exactly true, and it explains this in the sidebar. So basically, because criticals only exist on natural doubles and ties go to the market, that means that if you're actually 1 below, it still means you fail. But if you tie, that would be that's automatically a critical or not. So it doesn't really work by a default break, but the way, and we will probably be using this rule to use what is it called? Let me actually check. I got the Boom Bust scorecard. Defaulting
Yes, I
checks.
do need to
So
do
basically, if
that.
you're doing something untrained, assuming you can still do it, you roll a D10 that is less than or equal to your potential. So for instance, let's say Axe doesn't put any points in unarmed, but he really needs to punch a guy. You can roll a default check, and you are trying to roll less than or equal to your potential. So if your strength is 1, you got to roll a 1.
Oh boy.
If you have a skill point, you actually get to roll a normal check and add a +1. And also, if you have skills, that means you can spend charges and use other gear modifiers. So it's not completely worthless. It's just that, like I said, there's a little bit of math involved.
I got strength 1 with like 1 point of resistance because I
Okay, so
think
Yeah,
it's
so that's what I mean. Like, if
Yeah.
you wanted to roll resistance, you would actually get a +1 in it.
will be definitely
and
picking
roll
up a
normally.
point in foresight and intimidation. I can only get one, but boy, hell, I'll get it.
Yeah.
I think I might do networking and sensitivity, but I'm not sure if that would.
No, that's fine. Wherever you want to put your points.
So I'll go with 3 in melee and 3 in resistance, so I can get up and close on shit, or hold something down. I will not have any shoot.
I'll have 2 in shoot, but I don't know if I'll specialize.
I'll have a
Well,
2
I mean,
in
you don't need to specialize unless you're getting a bow or a crossbow.
Okay, gotcha.
I will have 2 in athletics. Do I want stealth?
If you want to not draw casualties to you, yes. Basically, the game talks about like what skills you might always want. Athletics is used to dodge attacks and get out of danger. Cardio is rule number 1. So that's just an important skill. All of you should put as many points in athletics as you feel comfortable at. If you aren't latent or immune, you probably want some shoot. Self-control is important for not losing your shit. Research is important for, finding jobs. Criminality is important for scams, or at least that's what people think so. You would be surprised how many people want to use criminality to steal things or break into people's residences to find info for scams during negotiation. Stealth is not actually on this list, but I would say that, I've watched a lot of people play test this and work on this. Whenever you want to deal with a problem that is like, oh, there's a fuckload of zombies over there, let's not make any noise. You want to be rolling stealth. So
what
It's got 8 points, yeah.
used for again?
Criminality is, let me find the description. What's that under? Speed. Knowledge of bad behavior ranging from how much weed is in a dime bag to the best place to hide a body. If you need to pick a lock, pick a pocket, or figure out a gang leader, those are all under criminality.
Maybe I don't know.
Computer hacking and insider trading are specialized skills, but basically, anytime you need to do something, scummy and criminally, which again includes usually the most common things you see are either identifying your fellow scumbags or locks, pockets, hotwire a car.
Doesn't seem bad.
What do you got so far, X?
Let's see. I have a point in resistance. I still have 5 points sitting around, but I have 1 point in resistance. I'll just show a picture. Actually, I'll just grab it.
Actually, I'm not gonna do intimidation. I'm depressed. I don't like talking to people. I'm latent. People don't. No one wants to fucking actually talk to me unless they're insulting me. Yeah,
Except your taker buddies.
Your characters.
You guys think shit about me. Don't you lie to me. I know you are.
Everybody good.
I think you saved my ass.
You just talk a lot of shit out your ass.
I'll make sure you go to Valhalla, brother.
Thank you. I believe in Valhalla, dude, which is what I'm calling this guy.
Yeah.
Anyone who's willing to get up and close in there and fight the fucking Gnostic, Sans, ability is alright in my books.
Well, I
So
am
I
using the spear, so.
Spear.
I still got 5 points left.
But
so
it's only because you said you were actually going to use the axe, so. And
Sorry,
because I am also not a immune or latent, so.
Yeah, sorry, I was sold on the
Yeah, good
axe
luck
before,
there.
like.
It's fine.
But I gotta.
All right. So what did?
Got
See,
one in
awareness.
resistance,
You got
one
first
in
aid.
shoot, got 1 in stealth, 2 in athletics. Got some awareness, got some self-control, got some scavenging.
You want to get some research there, Axe?
I mean, oh yeah,
I have 5 points. I can put 2 to 3.
Yeah, I'm about to say
research.
somebody needs to do research because you need to be able to get jobs. An essential skill.
Oh, okay.
And,
I was thinking of
you
also
were the
putting
only
2 in
one with
networking.
int.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you know, I'm pretty
but
sure you're the only one with int and charisma.
Yeah.
All right, then I guess
You keep leveling those on those.
Now, I did put 1 rank in mechanics so I can repair my weapons, hopefully.
it's just
Yes.
I only have 3 points left, and I wanted to put points in networking or sensitivity, so I'm not
Just
sure.
put 1s in there.
All right.
Yeah,
And I'm
Like I
gonna
said,
put. I'm gonna put.
big.
If you got the 1 point to mechanic, I'll take it off mine then because I did a criminality.
I'll put 1 point in networking and 1 point in sensitivity,
Yeah.
so I have 1 point
I mean,
over.
networking is that's a good even if you only have 1 in charisma to put at least 1 point in because that helps you find people to get roles for you later and shit like that to actually make contacts and so on. But research is hey, do you want to know something about a place you're going or a person you're dealing with? That's research.
I would like to put 3s in them, but I don't know if I can. I can't.
You don't have
really
to put 3 in everything. I'm just saying.
I didn't put any 3s in anything either.
Yeah, it's just.
Even though I have a 3 strength, so.
Yeah, I have 3 in. It's I guess I could work on that eventually.
well, some of you also needed, shit like that.
I don't think I need. Honestly, I think maybe deception or persuasion might be important to have 1 point in.
So I have one ring. I have one in networking and intimidation for charisma.
Actually, let me check.
All
So
right.
they've got axe as a listed thing.
Well, we both have. If we both have a point in networking, it means we both try, or one of us tries.
Well, he just said
Nope,
that.
one and done.
Okay.
That's an actual rule of the system. There's no, oh, I failed, I'm gonna make the roll 2. No. 1% rule.
All right then.
This does not necessarily mean there's not a reward for overlap, because when we're
Yeah.
talking about negotiating, only one of you get each character only gets one scam. So you only get one opportunity to influence, the negotiation outside of the actual talky parts. And also, sometimes one of you will say, I'm gonna do X. Well, guess what? That means you roll. You said it,
Yeah.
you roll it.
Gotcha.
But research is one of those things where like only one of you will get a chance to research like the job site or the client or whatever. So really good, at a time anyway. You probably should be good at that.
Let's see.
There are also, we're not quite to gear, but there are gear packages as well. So you don't need to necessarily worry too much about like the
1
exact
point
stuff.
left.
Fuck it, I'll pick up 2 in criminology. I wasn't thinking of being that criminally minded, but maybe I came from a bad part of town before this.
I mean, if you're gonna scavenge, that's
Yeah.
pick locks.
Honestly, one thing. Try to put 2 points in networking, and then like you can put it somewhere else.
I mean, you can put it to 2. I just
All right.
a little overlap is fine.
A
Like,
little
That's
overlap is
fair.
fine.
Let me
Like I
actually
said,
find what it
I
says
just picked
about
up the 1
networking.
point mechanics
Make a
because I
networking check to find the person or the goods you need. Networking can be used to get leads for jobs, source gear for purchase, or contact your references.
Yeah, I
So-
only put a point in mechanics because I thought no one else was putting it, but Aren did it, so I was like, no, Aren can do that. And I'll just double down on fucking.
Yeah, I have a point in
So, yeah.
stealth just because I think it's important. Shooting up there. Full.
Like
Uh,
Lucky going with his depressiveness can skip out on networking if he wants, but if
I
he
picked up sensitivity instead.
solid.
Yep.
That's knowing what people are doing.
sensitivity as well. Maybe I should
Empathy,
pick up
sociology, and
deception.
psychology.
Oh, where is?
Maybe I should pick up persuasion just to be like I actually believe in helping people. So maybe like I can win people over.
I mean, if anyone's gonna have persuasion, it's gonna be you, Axe.
Yeah. All right, that's on my points though. So
All right,
But
then
yeah,
we're good.
Like
just
I will,
one in networking, sensitivity, and persuasion.
Like I have. Whoops, that is not actually helpful. I just realized. Hang on.
One in scavenging. None of us can drive though.
I don't think we're gonna be doing a lot of driving.
Yeah, there were. You guys wanted to think about the battle bus thing, but I think just like with Enclave Generation and Styles, it didn't work out.
We're not really
You guys
that
are probably
far
going to
out.
want to be like hoofing it, hiking it overland a lot.
Maybe like we'll get like a cart or something, but that might be loud.
We can get.
No, I think you're just going to use the fact that 2 of you guys are big and burly and get
Fair.
haul
Get
shit.
some good backpacks.
Oh, there is a backpack.
I
And
mean,
What you start with?
my guy's big, but I just still do have 2 stealth. So
yeah, same.
At least have a point in stealth. So
And your Latent has 2 points in criminality, so long as none of the rest of you get in the driver's seat with him, he can hotwire a car if you find one.
Yeah.
You go to the electric car charging station and public access and hotwire the car.
see, 1 resistance, 2 shoot, 1 stealth, 2 athletics, awareness, self
So
control.
you spent your points. I think you're good.
Yeah, I think my character will at least relatively stay alive.
Listen, you stay behind the 2 burly guys posing with their weapons.
And I'll make sure you don't bleed out.
And make sure we don't bleed out. Make sure you're gonna need a lot of disposable gloves, by the way.
I'm immune, but yeah, for sanitary sake.
mean, you still need to get-
mostly
you
for
need to-
mostly for Aaron's sake, actually.
You need to sterilize the gloves afterwards, so
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. It sounds like everybody's done with skills, so that means it's time to talk about your dependents.
Uh-oh.
I have 2.
So, yes, charisma determines the number of dependents you have. Taker has to support and be supported by. The more social you are, the easier it is for you to become tangled in messy relationships. Dependents are the people you love and care for in your home enclave. Were it not for these loved ones, the Taker might work a small job, get paid in rations, and then never leave the fence. but you got to do good shit to defend your dependents. Now, your dependents aren't totally helpless, but for some reason or another, they are dependent. They can't actually just hoof it on their own. So, maybe they were, damaged physically or emotionally by the crash. Maybe they're too old or too young to work out there. Maybe they just don't have the skills that matter. So,
Maybe a deep cut, but I had younger sister, special needs, only mid-functioning.
okay.
Needs my mom, who was maybe a pharmacist or former pharmacist, to watch over her all times.
All right. So, give them names and shit. And we can figure that out. So, yeah. Now these characters, help populate your enclave. They give you a reason to go out and, work on your upkeeps and stuff. But also they do have benefits. You get access to your what they call vignettes, and those heal, your humanity. Basically, they every dependent you have heals an entire column, not row, column. So, let's say you've got one in each attachment, stress, and trauma. If you have one dependent, all that shit goes away. You have two in stress and then one each in detachment and trauma, and you have one dependent. Your farthest forward goes. But it still helps you heal, directly. You do need to pay them, one bounty, and if you don't, they go needy, which means they need 2 to fix it out and stuff like that. You got to worry about strained, and then eventually you can lose those relationships, which is bad. But yeah, so, give your dependents names and, let me know what your, relationship is like. Let's talk about a paddy wagon. We don't got to worry about that.
Fuck it, I have a latent girlfriend.
Okay. Give me a name and then tell me why is she dependent on you?
I haven't thought of a name, but she's dependent on me because she's latent, so she can't perform any of the other jobs in the Enclave, but she's not strong, fast.
Doesn't have any taker skills?
Doesn't have any taker skills, yeah.
Okay.
And we have bonded over the fact that we are fucking both latent and we can swap spit. We crave the physical intimacy, but that we cannot have with normal people.
Yep.
It might have caused us to overlook our maybe more troublesome aspects of our personality, but you take what you can get. I'm clearly
Make the most of it.
I am clearly the finest catch in our latent settlement.
I mean, you have fucking 3 strength, baby.
Can lift her.
But what name do I want to get? Catherine. Let's call her Catherine.
That's
Kathy
strong.
for short.
Kathy, girlfriend.
Mm-hmm. Usually is around the does little
I can
stuff.
lift you up, but no one can lift me up.
Probably.
I mean, the latent bus probably needs some kind of,
Custom-
care and maintenance,
Yeah.
cleaning, etc.
Yeah, that's probably what she does, but
That's not enough to do more than make sure she, has just enough rations to eat
yeah.
and live.
Yeah. There's probably like a few other latents that work as takers, but probably some latent kids and teens that, probably need looking after.
Are other people's dependents, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I remember I was listening to a campaign where one character had we're not latent and had a kid who was latent, so they had to suit up in a fucking biohazard suit to check in with their daughter. Luckily, one of their fellow takers was also a latent, so he could kind of look out for her in the downtime. But yeah, listen, there's some hard hitting shit here. So
also, she is also way more positive than I am.
of course,
Probably just does odd
you
jobs
gotta get up
around.
there and
She
do
probably
stuff.
just odd jobs around the
We
job
already
fair.
discussed this, X.
Sorry.
I need you to give me names of your dependents.
I'm writing stuff down. Sorry.
Okay. And then I assume Halvar is also 1 charisma, so
Yes, he is. But he has a wife
okay. Wife.
and 5 kids.
What?
Oh no.
Squint eyes.
in Surin Rising.
I mean,
All those
nothing
are
in the
characters.
rules says that you can't have all those extra kids, but they are not your dependents. That's weird.
It's his wife's
Is it
dependents.
well? Like it says family. Like
I mean, I believe it's
Could it be a few
usually
more?
1-for-1.
1-for-1. Okay, never mind then.
Let me
Some
see.
of your wife.
I thought it's hard.
Financial
Like,
isolation.
might be.
Let me actually.
It might be that the
Taker.
kids are okay. I got it. Maybe not 5 kids.
Maybe the dependent is you have 2 kids, but your wife is also full time working.
Yeah, and like my wife is supporting the kids and I'm supporting her, type of thing.
But not 5 kids. That's terrifying.
Not 5.
All right, so let's see.
When would you do
Dependents.
this?
Yeah, it seems 1-for-1. Like premade taker. Absentees dependent is Sarge, mentor. Greasy is Pat, spouse.
Or if it's just
Loman.
1-for-1, then I could just do my
Yeah.
wife. So
Loman's is his spouse Gilly, his brother Hunter, and his mother Leanne. McStuffins, I forgot that was the name of a man, has a son and a daughter. Smoke control. Thanks, guys. But okay, yeah. So just one is your wife, and she takes care of them, so you got to look out for her.
Yeah.
What is her name?
Ingrid.
Of course.
Mhm.
Do you call her your shield maiden behind closed doors?
Sure.
I may wrote things, but I just like double thought.
Okay.
I'll go delete it. I'm sorry.
Right. I mean, that's stuff to keep out there, but that's I just need your names.
I know. I had to note. I was noting this down myself.
Latent caretaker.
So we know why your sister is a dependent, and your mother is a dependent. Why? I guess the logic is pretty clean. It's somebody needs to look out for your sister because she can't always be looking out for herself. So
Latent GF, who mines the latent.
If I don't know, sometimes I just have letters catch twice by accident.
So that's good on dependence. So what is the next one?
Ah!
All right. References, in addition to the number of dependents you have, you can determine the number of references you can rely on at any given time. So you don't have to actually block this out. Just remember you've got references, and you can only have one reference per charisma, basically. So you name a contact, get a reference, you're stuck with them. And then the next one is the big boy, gear.
Yeah!
You start with 10 bounty to buy starting equipment. You get a backpack and 1 block of rations for free. Rations is important because when you're making physical rolls, you usually have to spend at least 1 ration to do them, and can overspend. So if you, when you are buying starting equipment, you only pay its upkeep instead of upkeep times 2. That's normally what you buy in the field, so you get a discount. And if you don't want to get up in the guts for everything, you can just pick a package. For example, the Latent package is, infected melee running point. You get an axe, carpet gauntlets, and greaves, and a handgun, and 3 upgrades. But that's all your bounty. Or you can, obviously, pick and choose. There's tank, melee, choke points, frontline engagement. You get chainmail and a machete plus 1 upgrade.
How much do the upgrades cost?
I believe it's 1-for-1, but it's on your. It'll be listed on the item if it has any specific cost.
Because I do think I was gonna get fucking sturdy for an axe. I do that. Let me pull that up. Actually, no. I remember I saw a
Your weapons
stupid
are
ass
important.
axe in fucking Velvergers. Where was that? It was dumb. It was entirely dumb, and I was like, "What is this? Where is it? Where is it?"
I like the description of knife is just stabby, stab, stab.
As you do.
So I was finagling with the spreadsheet thing. For now, gear, right? Or dependence?
No, dependents are good. You don't need to actually write down a.
Alright, so references again?
References.
Okay, so
You have references. You can have a number of references up to your charisma, but you don't actually need to write them down now. That's when you call on a reference in the game.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't know
so
why
there's just this
there's
weapon
something
in the
there.
fucking developer called the Reaper.
Yep.
A heavy axe with a concave edge designed to easily behead, slow multiple movement targets in a single swing. It's like, actually, let me compare this with the axe. Cumbersome, manpower, wear and tear, one charge spent. If I can get weighted edge and sturdy. Let me check the regular axe gear. What does a regular axe do? Because a Latent with a Reaper sounds aesthetic as fuck. But
Yep. Let's see. So the upkeep is 2, so it's twice the price. And that also means your upkeep is you're paying, 2 bounty every go to refresh it. But it does kill damage in combat against casualties. Each success sizes them up by 2 instead of 1. You can't quick draw it. You need to spend a ration to buy a roll. And every time you succeed, you spend 1 charge. But if you want, you can buy the upgrade, which is to take off wear and tear. And let me double check how upgrades work.
where'd the gear go? Where's buying gear?
Keep
Here we go.
that in the 4 buying gear.
So an axe is only 1, but let's see here. Melee,
It's
wear and
really
tear,
upkeep units gems,
quick
but now you
draw.
can pick free items.
So if I understand this right, I would spend 2 to buy a Reaper, but then if I wanted to refresh all my charges, I would have to spend 4 bounty, right?
No, your upkeep is just that would refresh your charges, so it should be 2 every sesh.
Oh, 2 every sesh. Oh, if
Yep.
I want to buy it in game though, that's when the upkeep time 2 comes.
Yes,
in.
that's when it's upkeep time 2 is your effect for
Okay,
buying
but if
it
I
new
buy
in
it
game.
now, it's only 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wasn't planning on buying it.
Okay, so upgrades.
Guns.
Upgrades don't count towards your upkeep. You just have to spend the bounty to get them.
Oh, that's good. Oh, handguns too as well. Fuck that. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's get a little stupid. I'm gonna buy me a fucking the Reaper.
Upgrades are yeah. Upgrades are a one-time cost. They cost 1 bounty per piece.
Okay.
And they do not increase the upkeep unless they say they do.
All right, so I will buy the Reaper and 2 upgrades, and I will buy Weighted Edge and Success Against Counties remove 3 from a mob.
Yep. So you're really good at clearing out
Groups.
casualties.
Yep. So.
And you take off wear and tear, so you don't need to worry about losing charges.
So that'll be my main weapon. That will be 4 though. So I have 6 left. I can't get infected, but I still don't want people nomming on me.
you still need to. Your body still has limits.
Yeah.
Armor is still good. The one that's recommended is Carpet Greaves and Gauntlets.
Yep.
That costs you 4. But it's, 1 and done. And it armors your arms and legs against casualties and vectors. No infection check for bites. Spend charges to convert kill damage to stun damage. Or spend a charge to negate a single point of stun damage.
Yeah, let's go with that. It's part of the package. I just didn't need a gun, and I wanted the fucking Reaper, so...
And important, you do not actually pay the upkeep for your carpet gauntlets and greaves. If you want to refresh them, you make a scavenge check.
Oh, perfect!
One
So
thing.
it's expensive now, but that's because it's not... You don't refresh it, basically.
What page should I go for starting gear? Let's see, buying gear.
You go to the gear list, but if you want to actually, look at the packages, that's on buying. It's on the buying gear segment of character creation. Yes.
All right.
Medic, for instance, is first aid kit, 1 suppressant, handgun, no upgrades.
Do I need suppressum? I might need it for Aren.
Yeah, you want me to carry? Just think about it.
Actually, how have we gotten suppressed in this area, considering how far we are?
I
Traded
mean,
it for
how
it?
wouldn't you have gotten suppressing?
Traded it. Maybe there was a fucking
I got it from an Olympian.
DSQS or what is the department called?
DHQS.
DHQS. Maybe it's one of their groups got knocked over, and you got a lucky
Yep.
find.
Suppressant costs you 6. There's 1 charge per use, no extra charges, cannot be refreshed, but doesn't cost any upkeep after purchase. So it's just really expensive if you want to keep one in your back pocket. If you want a little, get a little cheaper, you can just get the blood testing unit. 1 charge per use, no extra charges. Allows you to make a strength check to determine your infection less than the market. This means that infected players know the results and can spend will to affect the check. It still requires a first aid check to use, but, it lets them make a check to actually, do the thing.
Yeah.
So that might be something you want to pick up, for more compact effect. You definitely want to pick up 1 first aid kit for 2.
Yes. That'll happen. So put that down. Let's see, first aid kit.
Oh yeah, fuck. I'm gonna buy binoculars.
Was it lucky?
Binoculars add +2 to awareness and scavenging when assessing legs outdoors. That seems important.
Yep.
That's 1. A flashlight.
I'll have to put 15 guys, but I guess I will get the suppressant and a first aid kit, and then I guess I'll buy like an upkeep 2 gun or something.
Yeah, so
I mean, that's handgun. Keep in mind, your handgun without upgrades is loud and short-ranged,
Yeah, it's not great.
and is hungry. It spends 2 charges for every one use.
Sawmill. Yeah.
Aaron, what kind of gear kit are you thinking of?
I was looking at pretty much the maybe not. I was kind of looking at the tank one, but maybe not. It's kind of.
actually,
I definitely am gonna have a spear though. So.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm just thinking. So we don't have to refresh everything. We don't have to upkeep. Do we have to upkeep everything every time, or just when we want to refresh the charges?
I believe you can technically choose to skip upkeep and risk malfunction, so that might mean you permanently lose upgrades. I would keep in mind, the way this game works is when you're negotiating, unless you get really, really bamboozled, you always start at basically breakpoint. So breakpoint is you get to pay off all your upkeep and dependence.
Okay.
So the game is designed so that that is your default state of being paid, is you start at that level, and then the amount is profit, hazard pay, shit like that. Let me actually find, where is the negotiation chart? So yeah. So yeah, the middle ground you're usually aiming for is labor. That's add your breakpoint to the price, which is just the price is the value of supply of demand, which is basically the die rolls. If you go really poorly, you can get pushed all the way to as a favor, but that's not and where you guys want to be is in the top half. So basically, labor is the price plus the breakpoint. Hazard pay is price plus breakpoint plus legs. So legs is how long it takes you to get to the job site. 100% market is double the cost before labor, so before the breakpoint. And then expenses is basically you don't actually pay your upkeep. It's like accounted for in your job, plus you get the markup and the hazard pay. And let me see, where does it actually go to about calculating your breakpoint? All right, so 3 calculations, sustenance,
Oh, flashlight. Fragile. Breaks with a single hit or missed upkeep.
Lucky you're being far away from your microphone.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't actually talking to anybody, but I was just mentioning
Okay.
you're talking about things, fragile things, breaks with a single hit or missed upkeep.
Yep.
Okay.
Sustenance is your just buy, so
Honestly, I'm considering a hunting rifle. Keep 2.
Yeah,
I mean, those would be
I'm
pretty
gonna get a
common around here.
binocular and a fucking and flashlights.
It was that or like a shotgun, but I don't know if shotgun's a good idea.
I mean, I don't feel like there's no way a shotgun's on keep 2.
Maybe a basic. Check.
I mean, a handgun is 2, so probably not, no. Unless there is severe penalties or something
Oh
involved.
my god, no, he's right. They are 2. I'm looking at it.
That's like they're mid-range, hungry, charged, cumbersome.
Oh, they're hungry. 2 charges must be spent for every one used.
Most
It's-
firearms are hungry.
Same with hunting rifles.
Yeah, most of them are hungry unless you buy them off. You don't get a lot of, shots per shot.
I like the
There's-
upgrades for shotguns though. Like they can get pretty useful. I think the upgrades on a hunting rifle are also pretty useful.
There's an upkeep cost, refresh charge between sessions, and prevent upgrades from being lost due to malfunction. You must, pay that much in bounty. If the gear is fed upkeep, it gets refreshed and remains in working order. The refresh earned between sessions doesn't cost any attackers ADP or anything. Total upkeep of all owned equipment is used to calculate your equipment cost. If you can get to expenses, your old cost gets added to the contract. For simplicity's sake, can waive upkeep costs if the session if it you're not doing anything short. Failing upkeep of gear has consequences ranging from mild to severe, but the jammed gun is bad. Blah blah blah. Oh,
I honestly
gear
think
upkeep is
this-
non-essential and doesn't affect your breakpoint. Yeah, so okay.
I honestly think this is worth it. But I'm not sure about the. I don't think I fully understand cap.
What do you mean?
I was at 1. Okay, 1 charge per use. Okay, you can only do 1 shot. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bolt action rifle, buddy.
Okay.
Also keep in mind it's loud, hungry.
Yeah.
And
Most
it
guns
requires
are.
a twitch action to reload. No, it's a single shot. It costs a twitch to use the next charge, and then when you need to reload your magazine, you need to spend your tactic, your actual action.
Yeah, it's 10 shots though. But like 5 kills.
No, it's not. Hungry. 2 charges.
Yeah, that's only 5 shots. Yeah.
Yes.
Unless once I eventually get the upgrade for it. Yeah.
Now it is accurate, but it's very slow. I don't actually know if that will benefit somebody in your squad might want an ability to engage long-range targets. Keep in mind also, your hunting rifle can't be suppressed, so it will always be loud.
Honestly,
Loud means casualties come.
even when I was looking at the and it wasn't.
Over has a bow.
Yeah, a bow is not loud. It's a good one. Do you have the shoot specialization for that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that gives you a stealthy ranged option.
Yeah, I did take 1 rank in bow.
So what you guys should probably be thinking about is close range shit.
Actually, no, your handgun is right because I'll just get silenced eventually. And can you stack upgrades in most cases, except when it says you can't?
I got a flashlight.
Yes. Unless an upgrade says it is exclusive, you can always add upgrades. And remember,
But honestly,
upgrades
yeah.
don't
Then I guess I
increase
get a
your-
handgun and
Unless
handgun.
they say they do, they don't increase your upkeep. So
Then honestly, I guess I
Upgrades are
go
just
hand. Honestly, I get a handgun and I just work on upgrading it to a fully automatic silence thing. Yeah.
shoot, I just realized. Actually, should be thinking about this, but none of you have mentioned UBIC specs or laptops or anything.
Yeah.
How
Honestly,
do you guys take jobs? and talk
Actually,
to people?
I might need to just not have the suppressant, and I might need to buy other gear.
I would recommend in that case get because suppressant's very expensive. I think the medic pack
Yeah.
is assuming that you're gonna take it. I would get a blood kit instead for 2. And
Okay.
that, like I said, that lets if Aren is an infection risk, that lets him roll his strength to determine the roll
Blood
and
kit.
spend will. So
Gotcha. And then I guess I'll All right, that means I have 4 left over, which means I might be able to actually buy a slightly better gun. How much is the Ubix spec?
Let me check. What is that
Let's go.
under? Is that
What is that
Don't
under?
worry about too much
accessories?
about buying better guns. Make sure you have the gear to so we can actually do the job. This is why I buy binoculars and a fast light, so we can see shit in the dark and I can find shit.
I got a flashlight also.
They're fragile, but I can't really
Yeah.
think of anything else.
Okay, Ubix spec is 2.
Advanced electronics. Okay, yeah.
Well, actually, let me check. Actually, I didn't check Velvet. Let me check what's in Velvet. Maybe they got something.
I can get the Ubix spec for 2. All 2
And
left
you gotta-
over.
that you have to worry about the memory system because every upgrade you buy, you mark off a charge. But
All right, we just
augmented reality
the-
glasses with video phone and web capabilities allows you to
Actually,
do everything.
Aren, you said you picked up mechanics, right?
Yeah,
You sure
I
you
have
don't
one
want to get a
rank in
multi-tool?
I might. I'm still looking through the stuff, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, in tools. Bicycle is a tool.
this spreadsheet does not have Ubix as one of their options. That's interesting.
It might be under specs.
Oh, there it
Actually,
is.
I don't. Maybe I
Found it.
no. Maybe I won't get a fucking No, I'm not picking up a flashlight. I will pick up a fucking sled and carry that shit. Big heavy.
Yep.
That way we can haul.
So
a little bit
toolkits are
more.
2. That lets you spend charges to use mechanics checks to repair or dismantle simple equipment. Though that it's clunky, so you got to worry about that. That makes it harder to do stealth checks. Locker kits are not required. They just give you a bonus on lockpick kits.
Oh, that's
My
right.
question is, should I
Maybe I won't
upgrade
do
my
this.
blood?
Fuck.
Should I upgrade my blood testing kit to be Gen 2?
I don't really see why you would do that.
No, okay, yeah, because I'll just use it normally.
It allows you to diagnose players as immune without even having been bitten, but I don't actually like that.
Nah.
Like, it's not really that useful right
Because
now.
I was thinking of like the other one where like I don't think we want to send to servers.
So, actually, I need to ask this. Omega. If it's something's clunky, that means if I have it, I can only default to stealth checks. I don't get any bonuses?
Yes, that's what the tailored upgrade is for.
It does not have tailored, so maybe not.
It is
this one.
fucking loud.
Oh no.
Oh,
How
no.
expensive is it to get an upgrade after
This character
after
sheet doesn't
character
have
gen?
all the Valbar stuff.
Yeah, it's probably default. Sorry about that. You can add, I think, like
It's
free ball
okay.
add stuff if you need to.
Yeah.
I believe it's always 1 bounty per upgrade.
Okay.
Like, here's the thing. Again, I've seen many people play this game, play just campaigns, and like after the stuff, upgrades are king. They are cheap as hell. They are really demonstrative. The only thing you need to worry about is, again, you can lose them if you fail to pay upkeep, and that some of them have specific requirements. Like, for instance, Ubix specs have this memory effect, so every time you buy an upgrade, you mark off a charge permanently. So you probably want to specialize your upgrades, but other shit is just like, if you can afford, to buy a toolkit and make it tailored, that's good. That's good forever. The only thing you guys want to consider now is every time you want to budget for, even though we're not doing no budget, no buy, every time you want to budget for buying something in the future, remember it's upkeep plus or ×2 to find it on the market.
Honestly, I wanna spend one on Ubix just to make it optimized, so I technically have 9 charges instead of 5.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll just mark that down as
Yeah.
as 1. So I have 1 left. So I think
because that does actually matter. You will be, and by the way, if you're the only person with Ubix specs, people will be borrowing your glasses and marking charges off them when they are.
yeah.
Like,
So this
I need to
lets
call
me-
a reference. So yeah, optimize
Yeah, so-
not gonna be bad for this group situation. Also, again, like I said, seen a lot of people play just this game and run through campaigns and shit in this circle of like the actual play space. That is not that uncommon. You think you've dealt with some weird character shit? No. People have seen that. Only one
It's
guy
what-
has a
yeah.
laptop. That laptop gets passed around a lot.
It's why I think I think it's better just to have 9 instead of 5.
No, it's a very solid choice.
And now I want to think about if I want to buy off, improve my first aid kit, or make my handgun quiet or not hungry right now.
I would say quiet over not hungry.
Yeah, fair.
Though I will say,
that's
I
gonna be
do want to qualify, because of Lucky's specializations, and he's put all those points in the Reaper, you are very good at cleaning up mobs of casualties you attract.
Yes.
I'm not going to say you should go everywhere with loud guns and fucking cause a hullabaloo, but you have a guy for that.
I think I can just later upgrade my first aid kit right now, actually.
And I would also, everybody, if you want to, consider armor.
Yeah, how much does armor
If
cost?
you got space for it, consider it. I mean, there's a few options, like, the actual, like, body art, choices. There's the carpet greaves and gauntlets.
I only have
riot
one.
shields,
I only have one
chainmail.
bounty left, I think, or I think that's how that works.
Okay, yeah, you probably can't afford any armor.
I need
Unless there's something in
for
Veblen.
this, but I don't know how.
Oh, Veblen
It
does have a
won't. It
handbrake
won't let
charger.
you.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out how to change it, but it's being weird. Like, let me see. I put
Minigun, recoils rifle,
It says, like, yeah,
toolkits.
it says it violates the rules on this set. So thank you for being only half
There you go.
fucking complete. Son of a bitch.
Wow,
Made
gotta go to the
for the
there's some motion
for the
sensors. Those are
expansion
cool.
books. So
Yeah, maybe.
Gas mask.
Well, all these tools are really cool to have. Gamers kit. Oh, just a wagon and a cart. That's just nice to have, actually.
Oh, failing to meet upkeep causes a malfunction, and you have to crit success for everything just to keep going. Wild. Shit just breaks. Quickly.
I mean, it's been 5 years.
Ah, yes, my axe. I will not maintain it. Oh no, it has disintegrated into dust in my hands.
Well, not literally, but, maybe the edge is blunt or something. What is the actual... Where is the actual...
Well, I'm looking at it. It's a nice little box that says, purchasing time. Failing to meet upkeep causes a malfunction. Crit resect, no refresh, but still functions. Success, no refresh and -1 upgrade. Fail, no fresh, -1 upgrade and must be repaired. And crit fail, item lost.
Yeah, so it's not, like, necessarily disintegrates. But, I mean, everything does have wear and tear. Nothing is perfect.
Yeah, I know.
There's water. There's acids. You're crushing a lot of zombie skulls. The game talks about nonlinear time as well. There's a lot of, like, inferences here. Like, so say, for instance, you've used all your rations, right? This is normally pretty bad because then you can't buy basic rolls for, like, athletics or shit. But then you spend your refresh. What that means is basically you are saying, oh, my rations are full up because I had a lot of extra, like, protein bars or pemmican or whatever that I ate up. So my rations are full. So losing your malfunction effects, like, or hitting, not succeeding on your check to keep upkeep, that probably means that, like, during the game you were actually, like, using your axe and it got beat up. There are probably still some logical fallacies here, but it does say that your GM can waive upkeep costs for certain things.
That makes sense.
All right, so I got nothing. I can't get any armor. I have to, like, drop something
And
else.
you guys just got to do a big job first time.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, you don't have to pay on upkeep on your shit for your first session.
I at least don't have to buy the backpack. I always come with a backpack at least.
Yeah, everybody gets backpack and rations, and make sure to jot those down. Like I said, those are important.
We get the backpacks on the list.
Yeah, it's in armor and accessories.
No, it's in, like, the spreadsheet listing. It's weird.
It might be there already because it's by default, but yes, your backpack should be in there somewhere.
yeah, I mean it's right there on the character sheet, not in the your bounty.
Also,
Oh,
weird, it
there,
says
backpack
it's
ration is
six
always there. Yeah,
bounty instead of 10.
nice is always there. Okay, I have one left, so I think I might just upgrade.
What did you
let's
say,
see.
Lucky?
Sorry, I was leaning over at my other mans, but mine says start with 8 starting bounty instead of 10. Does the ration and backpack automatically take off too?
No, what it is when I first went to my gear and bounty, there was already a handgun selected there, even though I hadn't done anything.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, now I get it.
So
Yeah, that's why you're down 2, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go buy off silenced, or I'm gonna go buy silenced, so it's not loud.
Yeah.
Eventually, I will just make this thing a beast of a handgun for what it is.
All right, how much I have left?
Oh, here we go. We have a gear library table. Maybe this is what they use as a reference. Let's see if I can fuck with this.
Eventually, I might just get a different gun, but right now we're just going to match.
So sustenance.
Let's see here.
I have 1 bounty for survival, 1 bounty for rent, 1 bounty for each dependent. That's for sustenance. All these boxes together in your sustenance row are your breakpoint. Maintenance is add up your upkeep of all your equipment.
I guess at least I know that my first purchase will probably the first thing I'll probably aim for is armor.
Well, we'll see what happens. We may or may not be playing, literally next week. It'll see about what Dallas does, but we got all this shit to keep track of for future things. And one of the advertised features of the system is job creation is very fast. I can literally roll it out with tables if I have to.
Gotcha. Kevlar. That's a lot. That's like the thing. That's
Let me see if that will fuck with it. Yes, okay. So I figured it out. Aaron, if you want to add it to the thing, go to the library thing at the back and just go to the bottom of gear library table and just add it.
Ah,
At the
okay.
bottom there. You might have to do some typing yourself, but it will let you add the thing yourself. So excuse me while I go fuck with this.
That is good to know.
Yeah, if you want to calculate your, I talked about it earlier, but anybody wants to calculate your breakpoints, this is counting your personal upkeep. Your breakpoint is your sustenance, which is you need to spend 1 bounty for survival, 1 bounty for rent, and then 1 bounty per dependent.
So that's 3 bounty right off.
Your
So
maintenance is calculating all of your upkeep on equipment. Remember that upgrades don't count unless they say they do, so it's not just straight up 12, but
for me. It would total to about 11.
all right.
3 for 1 for each dependent and rent.
Oh, right. Actually, there is one more thing, I think, because where is retirement? Yes, campaign play, retirement plans.
3.6. Yeah, 4 to dependents, 1 for survival.
Someplace
Actually, no.
down.
My total was actually 14, and it's counting 10 because it's counting my upgrades for some reason.
I believe upgrades should not actually count.
Because it's like I have 4 things that are actually, unless it's counting the upkeep of it might be counting. It's counting the upkeep of the rations and backpack.
Yes, those count.
So then
Sorry,
I actually my total
you don't
thing
have
is
to
16.
spend bounty to get them, but yes, you get acquire them.
Yeah, then I totally have a 16 thing, so my breakpoint's 6.
No, I don't think that's true.
Or
1 for sustenance, 1 for rent, 1 for each dependent. Your breakpoint should be 4.
I don't know why it says my dependence is 4.
Oh, is it 2 bounty per dependent? I don't think that's correct. Upkeep. Sustenance. Sustenance is calculated from survival, rent, and dependence. The quick way to remember this is 2 plus number of dependents. Yeah, it should only be 4.
Yeah, it's 4 dependent, 1 for rent, 1 for survival, so it's 6.
That is
That's
not
incorrect.
correct.
How's it calculating this? Let's see here.
Let's see. Survival costs 1 bounty
Yeah.
per taker.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at what the
Has to be
sheet does. This is why it's calculating like that.
Dependents have to be supported. A single bounty that is a taker pays for each dependent covers their expenses. Three to 6, depending on the number of dependents they have. Yeah, it should not be 6 for you because you're only charisma
2.
You are still charisma 2? Yeah.
Don't know why it's counting as 4 then.
So it's giving you a 6, you said? For a breakpoint?
Yeah, it should be 4 for me.
What do the numbers say for your survival, rent, and dependence?
114.
Did you accidentally add too many dependents?
No, I have 2 listed.
Check to see if you didn't accidentally. There's something not weird in there or not.
I'm like checking the code they're using, the calculations, and trying to understand it.
Yeah, I don't know why it would do that. It's like not doing that for.
Well, I assume, lucky Aaron, if you've entered your dependents and it just says it should say just 3 for you.
Yeah.
Where's
you
this
both 3?
breakpoint?
Down at the bottom of the gear.
Gear and bounty.
It's one for survival, 1 for rent, 1 per dependent.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. Mine's 3 as well. Because, yeah, let's see here. That's the F81. There is the...
Yeah.
Gear.
So where's F81? Yeah, no, the breakpoint thing should literally just be on your survival rent dependence. It's 3. It's 111. X, show me.
So
Oh, Sherry, it's more just my dependent number's a bit high. I don't know why.
wait 1 second. I have a idea. Let me double check.
If it lets you.
I mean, I'm looking at the template. Starting bounty 10, starting bounty remaining 8 because you get a handgun.
So, in either of your, did you, when you did your dependents, did you just put it all in one of the squares, or did you put
Oh
it in
no,
2 of them?
I put it in 2 squares. That's why.
That's what it is then.
Yeah, no.
That's annoying.
Yeah, no, just put it in 1 square. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
because
realized...
even though there's multiple squares, yeah, I just checked it, and that's what it did for me when I put text in another square.
I just need to find a place to put. Maybe I
Oh,
can
no,
add
trust me, you
comments.
can use that whole thing and it won't break up.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust me. Like, even though mine is, like, I've only used 1 square, but despite Catherine, Kathy, Latent GF, who watches the camp, that takes up my whole bar, but it's only technically in 1
There we go. Breakpoint 4.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Solved it. Okay.
Breakpoints, maintenance 6.
I still need about 14 bounty to make profit or to break even.
Well, like I said, your labor is your breakpoint plus the cost of the job. So that's usually the equilibrium you end up at. You will probably not fuck it up and go really low unless you guys are really bad. But you will get a fixer who has skills, so they will probably not be bad, and you can do scams.
Yay.
Obviously, the ideal for everything is you want to get all the way to expenses because that means that your upkeep is automatically paid for by the client. But you can still get some decent presser with hazard pay, 100% markup, etc. All right, so yeah, I think then where was I? I was looking at retirement plans.
Ba, 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 ba.
So let me actually see where that on the character sheet, if anywhere. All right, retirement milestones. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. So how do you calculate your cost? Guess was subversive process, major milestone. For instance, can't whisk your family to recession. Players save it for each milestone. The default cost of milestones is 20, depending on the market's quote. Market quote standard retirement plan is 3 milestones long, cost 20 per. Players might extra.
Log in, everyone.
Oh yeah, it's a new day. We'll wrap up here
New day has dawned.
shortly because we have been recording for over 4 hours. For over 4 hours and 20 minutes, everybody. Just please. But we're at the end, so yeah.
I think we did a lot.
Yeah, I think everybody. Obviously, you guys can customize because again, we're probably not gonna play right away next week unless Dallas continues to be super busy. But the default for each milestone is step 1 is get papers, get a safe house, get to safety. So basically, get yourself an ID in the recession, get a place where you can stay and where you can put your dependents, get over the border. That is the standard plan. If you guys, have separate ideas, you need to actually come up with comparable milestones for that to actually handle basically establishing your own enclave probably works in reverse, right? That's, you need to pay to move people there, pay to establish the buildings and, probably pay somebody to find your location. Shit like that. So we can work on that off mic. And then obviously Mr. Joel's, that son of a bitch. So tempting, but such a bastard. Joel's is an acronym for just one last score, and basically, this is your plan to fucking get there. So that's like actually we all get together and talk about, your plan. And so we would probably start a session with disguising the Tontine, which is like we talk about Mr. Joel's, which has a weird name that we just constantly foreshadow. Like you just say, remember, we're going to do the money order. The big one where this was play tested was 2 banners. So they were like, all right, if we get to the end of this, 2 banners. And, when they were hurt, they would be like, remember, 2 banners.
I have an idea for one, but maybe later.
Well, there's only one. But that's a session thing. That requires a scene to, like, build up the Tontine and
Fair.
Mr. Jules. And then when we actually get to the end, we actually, like, settle the score. But if everybody understands what the retirement milestones are supposed to be about, and you've got all your stuff entered, we can probably call the session close.
Yeah, we can call it session.
Yeah.
I'm still fighting with putting the Reaper in this library because
I gotta
Yeah.
put my
you gotta.
retirement.
Sorry about that.
I put my milestones
obviously,
and everything.
like,
Yeah.
not entered, but it's good that it starts that way at least. All right, so I'm gonna start packing up my documents. Thanks everybody for tuning in. See you next time.
See ya.
Let's close the recording.